Let's just... Oh, okay. I kind of forgot that I put that in the background. I guess that's just gonna stay there now. Alright. I need to set up so I can see chat.
아, 그새 주군이 명령을 내렸어. 아이고. 그럼 이렇게 멍 때릴 때가 아니지. 어서 가자고.
Thank you, Gregor. Alright. So we are going to be doing the collab today, I think. And that basically just means that I'm going to be sitting here and gambling. I'm so scared. I'm like really scared that I'm gonna like end up wasting all of my resources. I basically have been saving since like this was announced a year ago at this point. So I've only pulled on maybe 2 banners since the announcement of the collab between Limbus Company and Arknights. Which is surprising because I've never played Arknights. I'm learning about Arknights actively because people around me are being like, oh my god, Arknights! I played that game! I don't know what's going on in it, but I have 46,000 lunacy. Which I think is like almost 200 pulls or something. I think it's something like that. I don't know. I also have 1 10 pull and 83 individual pulls. So that's like almost 300 pulls that I could put into this. Actually, hold on. I want to check what the reward looks like here. Oh, we get this as a part of the event. If you can't tell, I've actually not looked at any of this. Oh sweet! So we have another additional 20 pulls here. I want to check. Are they not in any of these so that I can't just check? I want to check what they do. I specifically want to check what Gregor's does, because I don't. I haven't actually read any of these. Consume one fewer wrath, 2 fewer sloth, and 1 fewer pride. So it's basically halved. Okay, hold on. I'm so nervous about this ego because I want it to replace Garden of Thorns in general, like in solos. Because I hate using Garden of Thorns in solos. Okay. So I think we're just gonna gamble. We have 3 egos trying to get... What are the odds? Well, at the very least, we can hit hard pity twice. Okay, no egos. Oh! Please be Gregor right off the bat. Please be Gregor right off the bat. I'm saving it for last. I'm saving it for last. Cause I honestly like the other egos are cool, but I'm like the Gregor fan. Oh, okay. Gregor showed up. That's a sign. That's a sign. Yes! 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 I don't have to fear having to go to hard pity. I don't have to fear having to go to hard pity. That was 2 10 pulls. That was 2 10 pulls. That is the loudest you've ever heard me on stream. That's probably the loudest I've been in a really long time because I was worried. I was so worried. I was so worried I was gonna have to like spend a long time to get this ego. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god. Yes! Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Oh, so pretty. Oh, he's so pretty. Anyway. We are at least getting him to tier 3. I don't think I have... Yeah, I do not have any of that, so... Alright, I guess we're gonna keep extracting. That was just 20 pulls for the one that I wanted. But now it's time to see if I can't get the other two because limited time items. Oof. Can you just not get 3-star IDs in this or something? Is that a thing? No, you could totally get 3-star IDs. I just got really unlucky. All my luck was spent on getting that Gregor ego. Come on! Come on, give something! Okay, now we're gonna go into a drought the likes of which we have never seen before. Boy! Okay, and now we have the 10 ID, or the 10 pull. Can we get something? No? You don't want to go? No? Okay. And now we're going into my lunacy. God damn! Oh? But I don't think that's any collabs. That's just 2 3-star IDs.
차라리 선체로 죽어라.
Oh! Oh damn!
추한 시선이 가진 신선도. 시시각각 떨어지고 있어.
That's convenient. That means I don't have to try and get her through boxes. Hang the fuck on. Did I not have him before this? Hang on. Hang on. Is this the point where I realized I didn't have Red Sheet Sinclair for this entire time? Priest Gregor, nice. Okay, that was a pretty good pull. Do we want to get? Do we want to maybe give us another collab ego? That would be nice. Okay. Another 2 3-stars. Ah, nothing new. Wild Hunt, okay. Damn! How many pulls are we at? Okay, we'd have to do another 6, 10 pulls. And then we hit hard pity. Please, just give us like one more. Because that would be very convenient for me to just hit hard pity and only have to buy one of the egos. Oh my fucking god. Well, at least I don't have to shard this one either. It's good. We're getting IDs that I don't have that I will eventually need for achievements. How many more do we have? 3 more? This is the sound of my lunacy crying. 2. Maybe I'll get Ahab mail. Oh no. 3. Damn. We just got really freaking lucky within the first 20 pulls. Okay. Ooh. This was you the other day for Genshin, but now you're Genshin poor. Mood, to be honest. I played Genshin like years ago, and I only got back into it because of like Mobweeka. I pulled and then I left again. Man. Okay, I'll just keep extracting until we get another one of the collab egos. I'm surprised I'm not getting another like new 3-star, because I know I have like a couple of them that I'm missing. Okay. Hello again, T Corp Dawn. Come on, blue. Come on. Come on. I know it's like a 1 in 1.3 chance or whatever. But come on, come on. We haven't even gotten like another ego yet. This is fine. I saved up an entire year's worth of lunacy and I could do it again. Oh my god. Okay, this is getting painful. I'm trying to ignore the fact that Walpurgis Nacht is... Okay, we got both of the N-Corp ones. I was about to say, which Yi song ID do I not have? Oh my god. I'm trying very hard to ignore the fact that Walpurgis Nacht is coming up as well. If I tell myself that these are true limited, then it'll be fine. Please. Please just turn blue. Limbus Company does not know their colors. Oh my fucking god! Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm actually going to be fully broke. I am actually going to be fully broke. Holy shit, I am glad that we got Gregor so quickly. Because Honglu and Faust are not liking me. How many ego shards do I have now? How many ego shards do I have now? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I had 2 Honglu shards. At the start of this, I think I had like 2 Honglu shards. I have like enough to nearly get any ID from the shop that I want for like half of the Sinners. I could get a Sinclair ID. I could get an Otis ID and Heathcliff. Oh my god. Come on, come on. Limbus Gotcha, you can be nice to me. That's a thing you could do. You could just you could be nice to me, please. I have a feeling that I'm going to be flat broke for this upcoming Walpurgis Nacht. For the safety of for the safety of me, there better not be a Gregor ID in this Walpurgis Nacht. Okay, played Lineage Yisong. I didn't realize that I didn't have him. Hot damn, my lunacy. I think we're gonna have to go to hard pity on both of the remaining egos. This is painful. Either that or Limbus Company's gonna be really fucking mean to me and give it on the last one.
이거랑 묶어서 같이
Oh, Devyat.
경로하긴 한 다음에 이번 집화 처리는 왜 이렇게 복잡한 거예요?
How many more do I need? I need 3 more. And then I hit hard pity on both of them. One. 2. 3. Thank God it's not blue. Alright.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
흐릿한 등화.
That was literally like all of my lunacy.
식구의 한 획, 용이 되어 빈 벼루에 남았구나.
Alright. We got them all. Going from like 46k lunacy to just 5,000. I have basically 0 pulls to my name now, but that's fine. That's fine. We came here to gamble and we got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 6 new IDs out of that too, which is not bad. So we have green fluid sac. And I'm assuming that we are also going to need to use these on the upcoming event. Okay. Yep. So I guess I'm gonna have to move around their egos. But I guess this means that we could just start the event now. Wait. They have normal and hard versions? Okay. Okay, this is a choice of sinners. Sure. We'll use these guys.
준비한 대로만 하면
Exploring a lobotomy corporation branch when my consciousness sinks into the depths. The sense of cognition itself, a concept without form, floats into the shadow of an ever-widening river, swept up in its currents to nowhere. When we ran into an abnormality, but Sod told us that Hong Yuan's lobotomy corp branch should be free of any abnormalities. The abnormality, which had appeared out of nowhere, was more otherworldly than we'd encountered so far in our journey, and deep blue. It was fathomlessly blue, and seemed to have a pull that endlessly drew us into itself. Blue Star? But just as I was about to recall this abnormality, a myriad of sceneries and flood of incalculable thoughts crashed into my mind like waves before ebbing away from its shores. I was already lost and adrift somewhere within my own consciousness when I realized this. Just how long am I going to be adrift? The sensations of my own consciousness floating away is quite the unfamiliar one. I floated about in that strange state for a while. An unfamiliar voice seizes my aimlessly drifting consciousness. Are you Dante? Oh my god, it's the character that I know from another collab. Freaking Citus. The fog in my vision clears as the voice breaks through the waves, and a concerned expression comes into view. Yes, I am. My god, her ears are massive. Ah, what a relief. Gregor, I think Dante has come too. So who are... I was about to ask further questions to this stranger with particularly long animal-like ears, but I felt the drowsiness coursing back in the terrifying memories of the dream, rendering me unable to speak. I have to get a hold of myself. After an indeterminate amount of time has passed, I barely managed to wake myself from slumber to get a grasp of my surroundings, only to find myself surrounded by more unfamiliarities. There was a stranger from earlier, sitting atop a rock and silently taking in the sights. A young girl who would probably save my life. Wait, so were those animal ears after all? Okay, that's not important right now. I have to prioritize finding out where in the world I ended up in. So we're standing by the Iberian coastline. How are you feeling? A little out of it, but I'm okay otherwise. Iberia, huh? Yes, we're in Iberia. Well, given that we're next to an ocean, maybe I drifted all the way to U-Corp's Great Lake? Iberia was an unfamiliar name, but that was all I had to go on given that the city was full of more unknowns than knowns to me. I radioed your colleagues when you briefly woke up earlier. They'll be here any minute. I see. Wait, my colleagues? You must have run into the sinners then. The fog in my mind immediately cleared as soon as I realized that the sinners were all nowhere to be seen. Sinners? I think so. I ran into them earlier. They were looking all over the place for someone with a clock for a head. Are we not going to, like, discuss the fact that this random person can hear Dante, or is that just, like... Are we gonna let that slide for the sake of the collab? It was a pretty unique description, so I could tell right away that you were the person they were looking for. So this clock head does come in handy. Manager bud! Dante! I had woken up in an unfamiliar place to an unfamiliar face, and in the midst of all of this all-around sense of displacement, the faces that appeared before me were certainly a sight for sore eyes. Cha-ching! That's the audible sound effect you hear when I see Gregor merch. Miss Rabbit here told me that she found you unconscious by the ocean, and whew, I came fast as I could, but oh boy, I was worried that something bad might have happened. Glad to see you're doing fine. Were you lost at sea? I don't know. Well, I do think I'm fine, though. Was that sound Dante just smacking their head? I guess not having any way to drink water's finally come in handy. You should go get that checked out just in case. Wait, your head's waterproof, right? Gregor takes a moment to steady his breathing, then mutters a casual quip as he lights a cigarette. Well, he doesn't seem that concerned. Maybe we're not actually in that much danger. So what happened? Where are we? Do you remember entering that lobotomy corp branch Sichun told us about? Yeah. Yeah, we ran into a new abnormality and got sucked into it before we even had the chance to do anything. Man, I really thought that was it for us, especially when you got sucked in there too, Manager Bud. But when we came to, despite waking up with our faces down in some ditch, we were all fine without a scratch, though there was quite a mess when we realized that you'd gone missing. We wanted to search for you immediately, but it took a while before we got a better bearing of where we were. So we're not at U-Corp's Great Lake? Some of us consider that to be a distinct possibility, but it's unlikely. Ishmael was certain that we are not in District 21. She did concede that we might be in an unknown area within the Great Lake of the outskirts, but that doesn't seem likely either, given what the rabbit-eared lady there said. The outskirts region of the Great Lake. I've met all kinds of people from all over Terra, but I've never met anyone who referred to the Iberian Sea that way. Terra? Iberia? As I found myself puzzled by these unfamiliar terms, a very obvious question suddenly struck me. Speaking of which, who are you? Huh? Really? You fellas haven't introduced yourselves to each other yet? It's just that it's just a lot to take in. It's understandable. You did just wake up from a pretty harrowing experience. She is... actually, would you like to do the honors yourself? I'm Amia, leader of Rhodes Island. Please, just call me Amia. I'm Dante, manager at Limbus Company. I know I'm late, but thanks for saving my bacon. Seems that this Rodeo Island is pretty big corporation, but... Gregor trails off ominously and scratches his head before continuing with some mild trepidation. This young lady with the rabbit ears doesn't know what the head is at all. As far as I know, there aren't any organizations in Terra with the same characteristics as the one Mr. Gregor explained. At least not with the same name like the head. Ah, sorry, it's Rhodes Island, not Rodeo. Sorry, Gregor's kind of bad with names. So what you're saying is we're not in the city anymore. It'd be weird for any higher up at the huge corporations to know less about the head than we do, let alone be completely clueless about it. Well, maybe we've tumbled into a previously undiscovered zone of the outskirts or the ruins. Probably. Or maybe we've really found ourselves in a completely different world. If their conjecture is correct, we're in way bigger trouble than I thought. This wasn't like the time we accidentally stranded ourselves in the outskirts via a door in the corridor. Amiya stared at me with some concern, as though she felt my distress. I think I could draw a connection to something else that's happening here. Really? Yes, recently anomalous signs and events have been occurring in Iberia, ever since a mysterious dimensional door appeared at sea. And it's been said that this dimensional door is connected to something very, very distant, to something we've never observed before, so... Seems reasonable to theorize that the dimensional door is how we managed to cross over to this world. I really would have appreciated Faust's input. Where'd all these other sinners go anyway? A bit late on the uptake to be cocking around for the other sinners now, don't you think? They're at a settlement near here, where they're all helping out with various odds and ends in the village, while taking turns searching for Dante, of course. You know, I never thought about how difficult it'd be to search for someone when we're like fish out of water, too. Man, I barely even got a wink of sleep since yesterday. Everyone's gotta be really tired then. So, it's just you two out here for now? No, Ishmael and Yusong are the other half of the search party, and we just happen to be the last group in the rotation. They must be searching elsewhere to find you, Manager Bud. We got the news early thanks to Amiya's comms gear, but the other team didn't. Yeah, we got lucky. The other team, well, don't have any way to get in touch with them, so they'll probably continue their search until their shift is done. Oh, are we talking about that village you mentioned earlier? Uh-huh, right. You've not been there yet, huh? I guess it's a bit off the beaten path. Well, we're gonna have to rendezvous with the other sinners anyway, so let's head to the village for now. Something seemed to pique Amiya's interest, but she fell into a contemplative silence before carefully speaking up. I would like to accompany you there. Sure, I don't see why not. You helped us find Manager Bud, and more importantly, you seem to know a lot more about this place than we do. Haha, I don't actually know Iberia that well either, so I should be able to be of help. They've closed their borders and have practically locked out any foreign influences from affecting them, but I did get a briefing before the mission. Closed borders, huh? Then how'd you get in, Miss Amiya? We followed Dr. Cultist's directions and illegally crossed the country border. Illegally? Oh, does that mean you crossed the border without obtaining any permission, Amiya? We had to cross the border somehow in order to investigate how and why the dimensional door came to be. Huh, is it normal for pharmaceutical companies to be doing that? Large pharmaceutical companies often dispatch their agents for missions. Yes, Rhodes Island is, in essence, a pharmaceutical company researching treatment for its people infected with oripathy. But we also work to prevent and assist in the management of various situations that can occur in high-risk areas. High-risk areas, huh? Oh, wait, what about your companions? I doubt you all came the way here on your own. We were forced to split up due to certain forces that we were in pursuit. Wait, stop! Amiya's ears twitched as she came to a stop and began scanning the surrounding area. Then, there! As we stood about confused, Amiya, noticing something, pointed towards the seashore, hidden behind large and cragged rock formations. What are we supposed to... There we saw someone wielding a lengthy greatsword, bickering with two familiar faces. Again, move, you're in the way. You needn't worry as you do. We have ample experience battling monsters who are much like them. Listen, I'm not worried, Come on, better to have 3 fighters than 1, right? Besides, you're the first person we ran into out here, so we've got a lot of questions to ask. Yisong, Ishmael, Dante, you are unharmed, and here I was, getting ready for a 3 days long search. What a relief. We were really worried that we might never be able to find you. We managed to find them thanks to help from Miss Amiya here. Amiya? Are you two acquainted? Not a good time for a reunion. It can wait until after we take out the sea monsters. Scotty, are those organisms the seaborns Dr. Kalsit mentioned? They're sea terrors, to be specific. The less sophisticated ones among them. And they're probably here for me. Sea terrors? Ugh! That was like directly in my ear. I hear the sticky noise of something viscous slithering against the rocks. When I turn to face the origin of the unsettling noise, I smell the heavy, wet scent of brine. At the end of my gaze awaits strange monsters, unlike distortions, unlike abnormalities, unlike anything I'd ever seen. It is as though the sea itself, is encroaching on the land. I was almost certain that we weren't at the Great Lake, but I'm not so sure anymore. Her experiences with thick scent of brine at the Great Lake must have put her in a wary mood, as Ishmael seemed to be a lot more apprehensive about these monsters than anyone else. Do you think those creatures could be whales or mermaids? I don't know. The Great Lake and the outskirts are full of unexplored mysteries, after all. Dante, what do your senses say? It's unclear. I'd say the closest comparison I could make is with the whales, but even that's not conclusive. More enemies on the horizon. We should prepare for battle. Doesn't seem like we can talk things out with them, though. So let's just take them out. I really love just how massive her ears are. Okay. I don't know why her speaking Japanese caught me so off guard, but it did.
자, 시비수일지 잘 생각해보라고. 누구나 살려보내지 마라.
불끈 지원했군.
Don't bully my guy.
Limbus Company の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Goose. How do I check?
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Oh, these things don't have that much HP at all.
말로 그럽니다.
ダンタさんの作戦
도련해.
とても効果的でした。効果的な攻撃でした。
길을 열어라.
Let's do that instead.
시간 끌 것 없이 시간이 좋았어요.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 지 목을 떨궈주마. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
敵は深手を負っています。
이 정도 탕류에 또 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 해무룩 뼈. 저 해충들을 도려내라. 쪽방은 아닐 텐데. 사여, 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
시간이 좋았어요.
물었군.
All good. Oh, what the fuck? All remaining enemies have retreated to the sea. Good work, everyone. Didn't think I'd have to deal with anything remotely like this outside the Great Lake. You can say that again. It would have taken us the whole day if that Scotty character didn't occupy the other half while Miss Rabbit helped us from a distance. As we were catching our breath after the battle, I heard a brief hum. When I turned to look at its source, I saw Scotty glaring at me with palpable alarm. Strange people who transform. And ahead of a clock? I guess they're both technically true. While it's nothing more than a theory at this point, I think they have to do with the dimensional door we're supposed to be investigating. Nice to meet you, I guess! I only hear a ticking clock. Oh, that's because only us sinners can hear Dante's voice. Huh? Hmm? What's up? No, no, I'm just wondering how Miss Amiya can seemingly understand Dante. Yeah, what's going on there? Huh, yeah, it completely flew over my head and I didn't even question how weird it is. Their voice sounds like a ticking clock to me too, but I don't know, it's almost like I can sense what they're trying to say. What kind of emotion they're trying to convey. Her explanation reminded me of Blue Boy, of the Blue Boy in Sinclair's past, but I didn't quite feel the uncanny sensation from Amiya that I felt from them. So she can read me kind of like how Virgilius can, I guess? Well, I don't think it's a bad thing. That's true. It's been a bit of a hassle to always need Faust or Honglu to translate for you, Dante. I'd like to know how she can understand Dante, but I don't think we've got the luxury of time to sit down and figure this out. So are we heading back? Sounds like a plan. It's not like we know anywhere else to go, right? Oh, and Miss Rabbit here will be tagging along too. She said she'd help us find our way back. I'm glad to be working with you too also, Miss Ishmael, Mr. Honglu. Took the words right out of my mouth. You've already helped us plenty, and you clearly know a lot more about this place than we do. The journey is long. Perhaps embarking on it ere the sunfall would be wise. How long's the journey? No idea. It's not like we have a clock with us. I do know that it's not very far though. We just have to walk alongside the coastline for a bit. Scotty quietly points in my direction. Oh, Dante can't tell us the time because they're not on time. Then why the clock head? I didn't exactly choose to get myself a clock-shaped head. I looked away from Scotty's inquisitive eyes, which were quite solidly fixed on my head. The coasts of Iberia are hardly good places for people to live. Those things can go anywhere in this world, but they thrive at places that meet the ocean. So how did people manage to build a village at a place like this? The monsters are called seaborns, or sea terrors, yes? While it is true that they pose certain difficulties, they were hardly the kind of monsters that with the strength to scourge and drive out the local populace. Don't judge them based on that brief skirmish. I really want, like, Gregor to stand directly in front of Amiya so that it looks like he has two big ears. She's telling us to be on guard, right? Scotty can be a bit curt, but she's not a bad person. I don't think she said anything wrong. Nothing rules out the existence of stronger variants of these creatures being out there. Scotty's concern only seemed to serve to fan my curiosity, but something about her expression communicated that I probably shouldn't pry, so I quietly quickened my pace as we walked to the village.
또 한 줄
Oh,
길을
damn.
남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면
We get a lot of
홍어는
the
그제야 알게 되겠지.
currency. This hardly looks like a village. It's more like the ruins of one, isn't it? It doesn't seem like they've done any proper upkeep to the place. Not in a while, at least. They're really here, living together. The strange buildings tell the stories of former prosperity from a bygone era. Our steps leave no footprints on the wet, muddy ground on it. I see a rotting sign marked with the name Faro Muerto. Everywhere I look in this village, I see evidence of a long, silent abandonment. We don't see these kinds of abandoned-looking ruins that often in the city either. Well, yeah, there's always someone or something out there waiting to capitalize on that free real estate, be it a syndicate or a corporation, and fix it up. Better than this, at least. So where are the sinners? Ah, there's a clearing down there where... Oh my god! We were entrapped betwixt a twain of great ships, narrowing winds against our sail. Oh, and that is when young Ishmael boomed, her command most resonant. Say no more. I didn't even have to try and search for them. That unmistakably sonorous and familiar voice echoing triumphantly between the empty buildings. That's Don Quixote's voice when she's sharing her adventurous tales. There she was, standing atop a low podium like an actor on the stage, regaling the group of people in rags and with tales of our adventures like a traveling thespian. Answers, ye dogs, oarsmen! 'Tis the moment I, Ishmael, the first mate of the vessel Mephistopheles, shall never— Stop, hold on, just what do you think you're doing? Young Ishmael, one hand to my mouth, for I was just about to regale them with the most fantastic tale of our adventures on the great Manager, Esquire! Verily, thou hast returned with Manager Esquire safely in tow. God damn, it is so hard to do a voice for Don Quixote. It kills me every single time. I feel like I misread every single one of her lines. What? They found Clockhead. A burning clock for a head? When I was a child, I heard a story about a legendary Sarkaz with a flaming head. They're saying words. Why would someone like that visit our humble village? While their exterior may carry elements that inspire fear in some, there is no cause for alarm. Yeah, they might look like that, but they're Dante, our manager, and the rest are— Oh, hello. I'm sorry, who are you two? They're two very nice people who helped us find Dante. This is Miss Amia, leader of Rhodes Island. And this is Miss Scotty, their operator. They'll be coming along with us for a little while. With us? We believe that the dimensional door which we at Rhodes Island are investigating has something to do with why you suddenly woke up here in Iberia. As Amia was bringing the sinners up to speed, the villagers, who were staring at us curiously, approached us. Did our conversation manage to convince them that we're not a threat? I sure hope so. Ah, you are friends of our saviors. Saviors? Verily, 'tis quite the grand title, yet that is indeed the word by which we are addressed. To be more precise, by saviors, they are referring only to Faust and Otis. Faust gave me a light nod when we made eye contact, but I could tell that her lips were drawing a very, very subtle smiling arc. So I'm guessing something did happen. They were quite mistrustful upon our initial arrival. What business do outsiders have here? What if they're from the Inquisition? Oh no, what do we do after all we went through to get here? Calm yourselves, everyone. None of them are carrying what appears to be their scriptures or lamps. Let's first try to see who they are. Man, I don't think they're going to trust us anytime soon. They're all old curmudgeons. Let's STNC. Then PTSD! We can't do that, Ryoshi. We can't pillage their storage depot. It looks like they already have it hard enough as is. I don't think STNC is a good way to get started either. Should we just find help elsewhere? Just look at how thin their arms are. I don't think they're in any shape to help us out. Perhaps we could inquire as to our whereabouts ere we decide our lodging. While the landscape is certainly reminiscent of U-Corps, but I don't recall seeing or learning anything about any place that looks like this, though I can't say I've been to every corner of U-Corp. I ask again, what business do outsiders have here? Their fingers are tightening around the grips of their weapons. Prolonged silence will most likely turn this into a hostile encounter. We can't have that! Hi, we're from Limbus Company, we're Fixers of Justice! Yeah, that. Fixers of— Oh, don't you know when to keep it down? Fixers. That over there. It's a ship blueprint, isn't it? Are you looking to repair a vessel by any chance? All these construction materials seem to suggest so. Chief, this does not concern you. It's not something a mere outsider can understand. Curious. I've never seen an energy source like this before. Have you run the tests to rule out any stability issues? It seems to power the heat exchanger via some method comparable to the utilization of fusion energy. Have you any thoughts on this, Miss Faust? Are they just going to build a fucking boat? The general design structure is somewhat old-fashioned, but there are certainly inspired parts to this design, particularly the usage of a core energy source. While its stability would need to be further studied, this technology seems to be incredibly energy efficient. You identified all that merely by glancing at this blueprint? You must be the village chief, then. So, I have a proposition for you. In return for assisting in their ship repair, we were promised a ride on their vessel. Miss Faust has theorized that perhaps by going out to sea, we may be able to find a way to return whence we came. Does that mean we could find a way back somewhere out there in the sea? Nothing is certain yet, Dante. At this moment, we are working based on a hunch. A hunch? Sensing the implicit omen of her choice of words, I slowly turned around to look at Faust, who nodded solemnly in response. If we're really in a different world, even her Gesellschaft has to be. They give me words that I don't know how to pronounce. No issues were encountered in the repair process. Faust smiles faintly as she looks around. Then she pulls me in by my hems. She whispers in a low voice. My connection to Gesellschaft is currently operating at a suboptimal level, Dante. So it's still connected at the least. Indeed, it is. However, even exchanges of simple information are taking up to dozens of hours by current calculation. Is this a warp train situation because we're in a different dimension? The cause should be identical. We have been connected to an unidentified, unpredictable dimension. However, Faust is aware that the pathway to our original dimension is yet to close this time, unlike the situation back aboard the warp train. So to get back to where we came from, indeed, traveling through the pathway is the most feasible solution. And from that, you came up with the whole plan to repair the ship and sail out to sea? Yes, well, I am also a genius, after all. Amiya conjectured that we probably came through a dimensional door of sorts. Looks like that dimensional door might be what Faust is looking for. With high likelihood, yes. At least there's a way back. I find myself calming down a little. Oh, speaking of which, when do you think you could wrap up the repair job? As fortune should have it, a majority of the most time-consuming parts of the repair have already been completed by the locals. It shouldn't take us more than a day or two to get its core parts ship-shape again, Executive Manager. We'll be staying here a few more days then. How did you manage last night? Well, like I said earlier, we've been keeping ourselves busy looking for you this whole time. We took turns helping with the repairs and resting, but I doubt any of us got a proper night's rest. Still, we weren't cold thanks to the villagers who kept the fire going for us all night. Not to mention how they helped us a ton with the local map they drew us. Oh, also, Chief handed us this earlier. What's it for? Ah, it looks like a sack to collect water. Give it here. I know how to get that installed. It must be to repay Miss Faust and Miss Otis's efforts in repairing their ship. Yet, the service they provide us is certainly quite generous, even when taking the transactional nature into account. They're really giving us the best treatment they can, huh? As for food, we managed to fill ourselves with some cookies and bread Rhodia keeps in her pockets. Didn't want to eat into their food supply while they're already pretty tight, you know? She carries enough cookies and bread for 12 people? I mean... why wouldn't she? I feel like Rhodia is the type of person to have snacks on her at all points in time. They did offer us some nosh, those dried fish things, but we refused. I ain't taking food from the needy. No need to concern yourself so much with our hospitality. You have done more than enough to earn your keep. I turned around to the source of the low, rumbling voice and saw an old man in an outfit that seemed to distinguish itself amongst the other villagers. There you are, Chief. Is there a place for us to stay the night? We do have places to shelter from the misty humidity at the very least. There's an empty building there, so feel free to occupy it for the night. Oh, are you sure? I mean, I don't mind sleeping in the streets myself. Hey, speak for yourself! I've been looking forward to sleeping with a roof over my head since yesterday. You'll catch a cold sleeping in the elements in this environment, which is fine by me for the rest of you, but we cannot afford to have the executive manager or our honored guests suffer that fate. Honored guests? I heard what had happened from the four who had left to search for the executive manager. First, I would like to begin by imparting my infinite gratitude to you for finding and rescuing the executive manager. I hear that you are a leader at a pharmaceutical company. This acquaintance shall certainly come in handy, in case our stay becomes significantly prolonged. I'm just surprised by her boldness to say something so materialistic when they're standing right there. Can I stay in your village too, Chief? The village chief took a brief glance at the hems by her right wrist, then nodded. Welcome to Faro Muerto. You are welcome to stay as long as you want. And please, do let me know if you find yourselves without food. Our food supply may be tight indeed, but we have enough to share with those who have helped repair the vessel. Oh yeah, you better not go back on your word later. I wonder what kind of local delicacies await. Dried fish like they were eating earlier, maybe? Hey, Chief. What is it? Just how are you surviving out here, by the sea? Perhaps the question of how we are surviving may be somewhat misdirected. For we are only pursuing every possible avenue because we must survive. The chief responds to Scotty's perceived hostility with a hearty smile. After leaving some firewood for the night, he left. I'm going. Can't learn much more from here. Huh? You're going somewhere at this hour? Scotty, does this have something to do with the coast? I remember what you said before we got to the village. Something about how coasts are hardly a good place to live in. And Dante wants to know if this has something to do with the coast? You... my god, my throat. You understand the... Agir? Agir language? Girl... throwing words at me I don't know how to pronounce. Agir language. No? Dante, Scotty just spoke in Agirian. I couldn't understand a word of Scotty and the chief's conversation because I don't speak Agirian. It may only be that there were enough lexical similarities between one of the city's languages and the language Scotty spoke in for them to comprehend the meaning. Weird coincidence. Anyway, I have some things to look into. Something you're all too slow to see. You still have to tell us about it later. Please remember you're not on a solo mission, Scotty. This is a team effort from Rhodes Island. Will do. Scotty nodded lightly before leaping off into the night, out of our sights. I'm kind of worried. She's not the best with people, but she's also pretty thoughtful. She'll be okay. Should we head inside? The sun's starting to set already. Oh yeah, we could probably just pick an unlit building and stay the night there, right? Trying our best to ignore the mood that was starting to turn awkward, we made our way into a nearby unoccupied building. We walked past a few narrow buildings and remnants of narrow buildings before we came across a hall large enough to house the 15 or so of us. Okay, now we're ready. With the curtains on the window removed, the smoke has a place to exit. Whoa, I thought we were doomed to shudder ourselves to sleep with the soaking wet firewood and all. I had no idea that'd work. We just have to get a small fire going underneath it until the wood dries up and catches fire. The downside being all this smoke. It's clear she has some field experience, unlike some fools I know. I shan't sit here and let her carry the burden of labor all alone. Bequeath upon me thine ingredients, young Rodion, for I shall conjure thee a pot of special fixer soup. You're making soup with cookies and jelly? No, you are not getting anywhere near the kitchen again, not after what you cooked up last time. While I must admit to a certain level of interest. As many of our fellows' viscera are oft racked with intense agony upon ingesting dishes of your making, perhaps it would be wiser that we save the occasion for a safer environment. Right, don't you remember? We agreed to leave the cooking to Odie if we're ever in a situation like this. Remember? Did we? See, I think it's become sort of an unspoken rule after everything that happened. Remember, back during last year's cooking contest at K-Corp, they were the only two people who managed to get remotely positive reviews. Oh, does that mean we'll get to try Otis's cooking once again? Denied. We still have plenty of high-calorie foods like cookies and jellies here. I find no reason to do anything so inefficient. Otis really said we have McDonald's at home. I'm glad to see everyone still energetic given the circumstances. It can't be easy to suddenly wake up in an unfamiliar environment. Well, we're all quite used to getting thrown into unfamiliar places. Speaking of which, did you manage to reach your colleagues, Amiya? She shook her head, concerned. They might have lost their comm devices, or maybe they ran into some other trouble. Could they be in danger? I don't know, but I'm sure they're okay. The doctor, Dr. Kaltsit. They're both more than capable enough to look after themselves. Long has this curiosity lingered within me. Thus, allow me to inquire. Corporations are, by their nature, organizations in pursuit of profit. Yet the activities of your corporation resemble those of charity organizations, as opposed to a pharmaceutical company. Is there aught that might explicate this blurred distinction? I wanted to know too. How come a pharmaceutical company like Rhodes Island is helping people? Something about what Hong Lu said brings back unpleasant memories. The horrible experiments seen through the cascade of flowing tears in the face of suffering, the embodiment of greed that left a terrible wound in Hong Lu's fathoms. The pharmaceutical companies I've seen in my journey were corporations that, despite possessing the capacity to heal, chose to obsess over the profit they can provide. There are many in Terra who are suffering from a disease. The disease crystallizes you. It spreads deeper and deeper into the infected's internal organs, eventually culminating in their death. It's called oripathy. Amiya showed me the back of her right hand, dotted with what appears to be obsidian crystallizations. Its appearance reminded me of the biotreatments from the back streets, but there was something more to it, something more restless, more sinister. It's a terrible, painful disease, but there haven't been any recorded cases of full recovery. But there's an even worse problem. Pray tell, what could possibly be worse than an incurable, deadly disease? While it varies region by region, discrimination against the infected is widespread across Terra. And those who suffer from it must face unfair treatment. Yisung began with a dark expression. Some are quarantined in places with terrible, inhumane conditions, and there have been massacres too. I don't mean to be callous, but is this oripathy highly contagious? No, there have not been any recorded cases of infection by contact, as long as the subjects are alive. But when the infected dies, the crystal growths on their body decay and turn into dust, scattering, which is what spreads the plague. Then, barring environments like active battlefields where casualties are to be expected, staying within close proximity of the infected in daily life seems to pose hardly any risk. So, what's the problem then? They're already past the point of caring about what the problem is. Once people start feeling iffy, all logic goes out the window. Then Rhodes Island's goal has to be, yes, it is important to develop a cure for oripathy, but I think what really matters is that we change the circumstances for the better for the infected. That's not going to be an easy endeavor, though. That's what gives your effort more meaning. I hope you can achieve that goal, Amiya. I really do. For truth. The city, this world. We both live in worlds full of surprises, don't we? What kind of world did you come from? This city. What kind of place is the city anyway? The kind of place with too many pointless rules. The kind of place where the moment you think, isn't this too much? You see something even worse. Try as I might, I couldn't think of a single positive thing to say about the city. The sinners seemed to be in agreement, as most of what came after was quite scathing. Kind of place where good deeds rarely go unpunished, where sympathy is a good attitude to have if you like getting stabbed in the back. Nothing good ever works out there. It's a shithole. It's an irrational place full of absurdities. Absurdity is an omnipresent. Therefore, it is not subject by which one should be aggrieved. We can at least carouse about them, though. I mean, it's the only thing we can do. It would be more correct to experience more and acclimatize oneself to it instead of complaining. Did you say you did say something like that last time. Just as the mood was starting to turn rather sour, Don Quixote's shout shattered the awkwardness. Verily, nary a day goeth by untarnished by villains and their fell deeds. Yet worry thee not, for where evil riseth, so do fixers of justice too. Don Quixote jumped from her seat and passionately shook her fist, which was followed by a heavy crack and the sound of small pebbles rumbling down. Don Quixote, watch out! Did she punch the fucking ceiling with her lance or something? Who the fuck is that? And from behind the wall, she accidentally broke down. An unfamiliar visage of a villager appeared and stared back at Don Quixote. It appeared she was eating something out of a can while reading a book. How farest thou? Farest thy foot! You gotta apologize first! Lass seemed a tad hyper today. Apologies, for I hardly expected the wall to crumble with such ease. Art thou unhurt? Any injuries? Two? Two? Pray tell to what? Forget the apology. I just want to know what happens next. The Fixers of Justice rose up to do what? Hast thou come to hear the tales of the Fixers? I don't know about coming to us, given how Miss Don Quixote was the one who punched the wall down. Ahem. Oh, is it too late an hour? I don't mind waiting till morning if you want to sleep. Nay, not at all. 'Tis quite an early hour for tales. In fact, prithee, seat thyself here. You ungovernable fool, calm down. We don't even know who she is. Don't you forget to share those Fixer tales over in the corner to not disturb our sleep. Thou makest a request most untenable. These tales deserve to be announced to the world with great gusto from the center. Yeah, that's the best way to hear those kinds of stories. But we should probably introduce ourselves to each other first. Name's Mayors. How should I put this? Ah, did you meet the village chief earlier in the day? He's my Gramps. Okay, is his name like Chief? And that's why your name is Mayor? Oh, that nice guy. So he had a granddaughter. Yet I have not seen you once, Miss Mayors, under the sun. Oh my, you're right. I thought the village was completely dried out of any young blood. Like Rhodia said, while we didn't see Mayors out there wasn't anyone else in the village we could comfortably call young. You're telling me? Gramps was worrying over nothing and told me to stay put inside. Going on and on about the dangers that the outsiders pose and everything. It seems they have not given full faith to their saviors. There are things you cannot share even with whom you trust with your life, though I would like to know why. My. So there's a bunch of other kids who are stuck indoors in this village? No, there isn't anyone around my age in the village at all. If that's the case, then I guess I can understand why he'd be so overprotective. Anyways, it's our turn. I'm good. I heard enough to get the idea. You did? Huh? Pray tell, how did thou hear us? How didst thou hear us? Via a listening device most secret on our chamber? Mayors tapped the side of the wall, the part that was still standing anyway, and smiled ironically. That's soundproofing. I could hear pretty much everything. Don Quixote, right? Everything Don Quixote practically sung during the day. Verily, I see. I think you could really do with some embarrassment for once. Well, I guess that's a good enough for self-introduction, so... Care to regale me with the tales of fixers who bring justice to the evils of the city? Indubitably! Then, aha! This shall do. I shall regale thee with the tale in which the legendary fixer, the arch-magnificence herself, the Red Mist hath... I suppose that killed any hope for a good night, Skip. But don't you usually pass out within a minute of your back hitting the hay no matter how noisy things are? What? Do you take me for some kind of hibernating bear or something? Look, even I have trouble sleeping when there's noise all over. I'd say bear in hibernation is a pretty apt descriptor. For all that grumbling and moaning, he dozed off before any of us did. Aside from Heathcliff, who had begun snoring the moment his head touched the ground, some other sinners were fast asleep as well. Merceau had entered sleep as in his usual steadfast adherence to the routine, while Faust laid claim to one of the few available cloth sheets as soon as the close of business for the day was confirmed. The sinners who had spent the entire last night searching for me in this unfamiliar land slowly began to fall asleep as well. Meanwhile, the fixer of the Zwei Association, first section. Though the night was no longer young, Don Quixote was still vigorously sharing the tales of adventures without a single sign of fatigue. She's not determined to do this until sunrise, is she? I guess it's okay, since Mare seems to be having fun. As I continued to watch the pair with some mild concern, Amia, not yet asleep, approached me. This city Miss Don Quixote speaks of seems to be teeming with fixers of justice and exhilarating tales of adventures. Did you actually experience them all yourselves? No, of course not. Don Quixote's stories are usually those of other famous people. But she's telling it with such vigor that it almost sounds like she was there herself. Well, I guess if you really want to get into it, some of them might be retellings of Don Quixote's personal experiences. Ishmael replied uncertainly, thinking back to the plays that we were made to watch back in La Mancha Land. Well, I think all those stories, even though they're partially true, just go to show what a ridiculous place it can be. We wouldn't need fixers of justice to begin with if we really lived in just a world, right? A really good place to live would be quiet and peaceful without someone having to force it. That's true. I hope there'll come a day when Rhodes Island can be a normal pharmaceutical company in the future. Is something wrong? No, I just thought Miss Mayers and I made eye contact. Did she overhear our conversation? I looked in her direction as well, but I saw Mayers excitedly reacting to Don Quixote's tales. Whoa! What happened then? Thus spake Lady Otis boldly before the soldiers who stood in our path. Thou presumest to stand in our path, servants of a master most unworthy. Otis shall educate ye on how manner maketh. Don Quixote was now retelling the stories of Limbus Company's adventure in Hongyuan, and Otis, who could no longer stand Don Quixote's unintentional alterations of the story, jumped to her feet and shouted, Damn it! What kind of nonsense are you feeding her? I never said anything like that. Ahem, verily, certain aspects of this retelling may have been exaggerated. That's tales of adventures for you. Things are bound to get dry when a story is told too realistically as is, right? Nothing, not even anything resembling a proper record or book remained once the profound silence swept through this village. So I've always had a craving for these kinds of stories. But Iberia doesn't stop Iberians from emigrating, contrary to their tight immigration control. Have you ever thought about leaving this place? It's still a challenge to cross the border, especially since we're going to have to pass through larger cities that are managed by the Inquisition. You don't seem particularly fond of this Inquisition. Why is that? It's because this village was formed by people who grew tired of living under the Inquisition's rule and fled. Sorry, but what kind of organization is this Inquisition? Sinclair asked, face turning cold upon hearing the word Inquisition and that people fled from it. Yeah, Noggle and Hammer that we saw back in Call aren't the kind of memories that are so easily forgotten. According to Dr. Calcert, the Inquisition is what filled the power vacuum once Iberia fell into chaos. That is, Inquisitioners are the rapier and lamp-wielding protectors of Iberia's cities from lawlessness. That alone kind of makes them sound like good people, though. Yeah, they are, but there's the Church of the Deep. The Inquisitions will go whatever lengths to deal with incidents related to the church that worships Seaborns. Fie! An organization that worships those monsters? It seems that cultish fanaticism is a plague wherever we go. I feel like people with all kinds of wrong faiths and beliefs are so common. The Seaborns are the ones that messed Iberia up. So following their logic, apparently it's okay for them to arrest anyone who seems even remotely connected to them. Are you saying that Iberia is like this because of the Seaborns? Those things from earlier? I guess they were kind of troublesome to deal with, but they didn't seem that strong. Anyways, that's just kind of what I heard from Gramps, but the Inquisition executed many innocent people too in their crusade against the Church of the Deep. For those to proclaim to be on the side of justice, they seem quite fond of committing such villainy. It seems like a reasonable policy decision to me, but it must pose a clear danger to the daily lives of civilians. Yeah, I heard I was the only survivor. Everyone in my family died. Must have had to endure such a long period of pain to be able to say something like that with such composure. For Iberia, they are heroes who will bring the land back to its glory days, but to Gramps, they were just oppressors making his life difficult. That's why we've all come here, fleeing from the Inquisition's gaze. Yet, wherefore hast thou decided to settle at a place that is so, run down? Indeed. Yeah, I know, but it's not so bad once you get used to it. Besides, we managed to find this new path thanks to you guys. A new path? Well, it's getting late. Will you be repairing the ship tomorrow too? This place really has no soundproofing at all, huh? Good talk, everyone. I hope we'll get another chance to do this tomorrow. After seeing Mares go off to her own room, the other sinners, who were still up anyway, and I laid ourselves on the hard stone floor with only a thin layer of cloth between it and our backs. A mysterious world that is neither the city nor the outskirts. But it seemed that the lives of its people led were just as difficult as anywhere else. God. Okay, I get to.
의로움을 세우.
흑수. 오.
어디서 뱀 기어가는 소리 들리지 않아?
잠깐. 보는
말뚝을
명을 받. 이제야 부르나.
Alright, that's good enough.
야음을 틈타.
It's so big! Amazing. I didn't know there were remaining vessels in this class in Iberia. Aha! I SB her name here. 'Tis called the name Rebellion de la Masas. I know someone who's going to, like, burn me at the stake for all of my incorrect pronunciations. Rebellion de la Masas, Revolt of the Masses, is it? A name very much mirrored in peculiarity, indeed. Honglu chimed in that he was rather fond of it, with its size being about the same as the boat from his home, while Ishmael quickly jumped in to correct us that size alone wasn't anything special at the Great Lake, but it was still pretty big compared to Mephi or the Indigo Elder's skiff. I thought it was going to be somewhere around Mephi's size at most. Are you sure you could get this ship fixed in a day or two? As I briefed you yesterday, the great majority of the time-consuming repairs had already been completed by the villagers. The extent of our repair efforts only concerns a few components within the vessel that the villagers could not repair, which shouldn't take us much time. Unless the parts that are unfamiliar to Faust are also malfunctioning, such as the core engine, remaining repairs should be sufficiently managed by Faust. Despite Otis's confident declaration, I could not help but feel oddly unsettled as I looked at the ship. I don't know why, but something tells me that we don't want to linger here for too long. Still, please be thorough about it, just in case. I'd rather not sit on a sinking ship again. The experience of the Great Lake was enough. Do not worry, Dante. Unlike Mephistopheles, most functions of this vessel, buoyancy gear, propellers, steering gear, are all in operational capacity. So we just went onto the fucking lake with a half-broken ship. Got it. This repair should be much easier than the case with Mephistopheles. They seem confident enough. It should be safe this time around, right? Are we taking that rope to climb up to the ship? No, there's a lift like a apparatus down there. It should take us up to the ship. Its stability was verified yesterday. Let us board the lift. You're 100% certain, right? The boat is afloat right now, Dante. I don't think it'll be sinking anytime soon. Let's not say that. Let's not say that. Oh, are you two just going to faff around down there? We're heading up now. No, we're going with you. Hi, Graves. How you doing? Save you from my man. Take him back. I already got him. He came home in 20 pulls. What do you want from me? I will take all of him. But what do you want? You got him in one? Okay. Well, screw you, first off. Then you got Guarded of Thorns. Then you got arguably his worst, the worser one. And then like 5 IDs. He just got a little lost on his way to me. It's all Gregor. He just got a little lost. I think the only thing that I would have wanted more was maybe AEDD, but I can't complain. As I made my way into the vessel's bridge, I was greeted by the extravagant interior that was as gaudy as its exterior. You know, Graves, you should take this time to appreciate and embrace Gregor. Oops, all Gregor. Had 80 pulls and oops, all Gregor. Yeah. Yeah, no, I that sounds like a good time to me, to be honest. That just sounds like a good time. This isn't real gold, is it? Sure, it's shiny as heck in here. I've got butterflies in my stomach. A.S. Aesthetically satisfying, she says. But too ostentatious. Not quite my style. Our young Mephi is also quite the excellent vessel. Yet, imagine the adventures we could embark on aboard this vessel most lavishly decorated. Ha! Hold on, something is happening. Why is my thing saying this content is no longer available? Did I do something? Did I break something? Hold What was understood, if I may ask? It is now understood why the promise to repair this ship was sufficient to earn their trust and the title of saviors. What is she on about? Someone get translating. Consolidating and cross-referencing the observed particular circumstances of the village and the statements of the village chief, alongside information garnered from the exchange with mayors, it is possible to gauge the significance this ship repair has to local populace. Of course, while it may constitute a sequence of logical connections that poses a certain challenge for Heathcliff to comprehend, to employ any degree of effort to attempt to explain it in a more digestible language would constitute a pursuit in inefficiency. Fuck. Twitch crashed, you're back, and there I go again. Oh, was that all of those, like, things that I was getting? All of those notifications where it's like, this content is no longer available. See you later, Graves. Good luck. Also, I got all of the egos. Suck an egg. Lower the baton. I implore you. I shall explain it in full. I was wondering when Miss Smartass would start gabbing like that again. So what's she on about? Heathcliff's shoulders were relaxed. It didn't seem like he was actually going to swing the bat. He placed it lightly over his shoulder with a sigh. A brief observation of the village seems to suggest that their subsistence situation was quite dire. Much of their daily sustenance consisted of dried food, most of them made for long-term storage purposes. Considering what Scotty said about the coastal areas were full of danger, maybe those dried seafood aren't from around here either. Maybe it's food they packed when they first came to Faro Muerto? Some villagers were armed, yeah, and those sea terrors weren't exactly that formidable, but given the state that the villagers are in, I doubt they'd have an easy time repelling those monsters. Goodness, can I read? Indeed. And that brings us to the question of sustenance. Alright, I get what's going on here. The lass and her granddad are about to visit their hometown, and they're trying to get some food supplies from there to feed the villagers, and convince them they're planning to use the fact that they're from the same neck of the woods, or sea, I guess. Oh, so we're not just repairing their ship, we're repairing their food supply plan too. Huh? What's wrong? It's, While the expressions were rather crude, Heathcliff's summary of the situation was clear, to the point, and easily understood. The sinners stared at him with mild surprise. And I did too. What's with them annoying looks? Wait, oh you sods! You don't think I'm that dim-witted, do you? Top-notch intuition. It's just that it's been a while since you've shown this side of yourself. Thinking back, Heathcliff's intuition has always been excellent, and he'd often put together surprisingly accurate conclusions with impressive speed. You know, when you really think about it, it's kind of your fault for— Ah! I've been too soft on you lately, haven't I? Get back here! Ahem. Now with those fools out of the conversation, was he correct? Otis looks away from the usual chaos and asks Mares. Honestly, I'm surprised. He was on point. Yeah, food's been running low in the village. At this rate, we won't last another year. But Aegir, well, I'm sure they will welcome us with open arms. I don't want to come off as like I'm overly worried, but do you think they'll welcome the others too? Unlike Mares or Chief, they're not Aegir. I believe they will. Iberia suspects and hates the Aegir for no other reason than we're from the sea, but our home cannot have fallen so low as to abandon a group of starving land dwellers. Prithee, might thou explain to us who the Aegir are? I'd initially thought it to be a reference to a region, yet it also seems to refer to an affiliation of sorts. Maybe they're something like nest dwellers? Although I don't think I've heard of a nest that accepts backstreet people with open arms. Or maybe they used to be some rich folk. If they call them nest toffs Aegir here, then does that make rabbit-eared lass Aegir too? What in the world? Wait, in the world you came from, do they not distinguish between races? I mean, if you think about it, there's probably like essentially ethnicities, but not to the point where they all have different animal ears. That is not entirely true. Delineation, can I read, between races is a concept that does exist. Though I only saw them in the Fathoms, there were those terrifying things called the cuckoo spawns. However, as a general rule, it can be said that humans should be the only intelligent life forms in the city. The people of Terra have slightly varying appearances depending on their race, like my Kautus ears. And I've got pointed ears because I'm an Aegir, though it's not a characteristic every Aegir shares. The closest idea to what they are discussing appear to be, Don Quixote seems to be struggling to finish her sentence. Merceau stepped in to continue. By context clues, the manner of word usage including the means of classification, the closest example in our world would be blood fiends. Similar external appearances to humans, different natures, comparable sapiens. 'Tis of my belief that blood fiends are ostracized due to their nature that maketh coexistence with humans difficult. It may be that the Aegir are also... I'm sure some of them do possess qualities that make coexistence with others difficult, but they're probably rare. Then wherefore are they made subjects of suspicion and hatred? That's, well, the language is new, but the idea itself is pretty familiar to the city folks like us. Think of the feathers of fallen wings, kids born in the back streets, people who replace their body parts with prosthetics. The form differs, yet the essence we find, the thread. Something in how we keep finding these similarities in the ways of our lives, despite finding ourselves in a distant world with different rules, races, and humans, felt oddly discomforting. Ahem! The point is, you guys are doing us a real solid by fixing up the ship. Let's move on from these gloomy conversations, okay? I want to show you the cooler parts of this ship. This way. The ship tour may have to wait. The repairs are almost completed, but an issue has arisen. Issue? Oh, that's not reassuring at all. Multiple life forms identified ahead, assumed to be Sea Terror Horde. The ship's radar system seems to suggest that the vessel is surrounded. They're the same monsters from yesterday. Executive Manager, please order us to prepare for battle. Damn it, are they the sea terrors you encountered? They look a bit different, but yeah, probably. There's a lot of them, but if our last experience tells us anything, we should be able to handle this. Amiya, please support us in battle like you did yesterday. Canst thou fight, young mares? I feel like I'm gonna get in your way. Then, guys, find a place to keep mares as far as possible from the battle. Then let's hurry down there. We don't want them damaging the ship any further. Ooh, what the fuck?
9번 수감자. 물론
행색이 이상하나
좋은 성과를
그래도
갖고
이상이야.
돌아온다면
내가 맞서
달고 짭짤한 걸
내가
준비해두지.
아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호의 이상이요.
목을 콱 물어버리자.
토끼를 보라.
저 해충들을 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 묘해요.
앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나
예사롭지가 않은데 아주 작살을
These guys look so silly. They look like staple removers.
쪽방이 아닐 텐데.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 두드려 패.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만 원더풀한 선택이었어, 나리! 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
Let's just do that.
자, 12수에게
쪽겠지.
I gotta wonder what ID these new egos are gonna synergize with.
물론 그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가
I feel like the new Gregor ego can work well with like kind of any team though.
좋지 않습니다.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나
다들 기운이 넘치는군.
역시 본인이 직접 선별한 용기
헤어내리.
또는 영웅답 탑5가 배우냐? 하울리리 얼마나 좋습니까?
깨우치시길.
방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중이라네. 이따가
Actually,
버스에서
do I have that?
회고해야지 않겠는가?
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하자.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
이제 깨우치시길.
나를 해야 하는 정말 감동적이지 않을 수 없어. 해결사 영웅기에 이런 기술이 있었지.
무상한 모습.
자,
불끄듯 지원일 뿐.
깔끔하게 물었군.
걱정은 하지 않겠습니다.
Easy.
불가
어차피
위야.
이미 이길 거라고
깨우치시길.
확신하고 있으실 테니까.
The different ending screen keeps scaring me.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거래.
Ooh,
단순해서 좋군. 9번 수감자.
unbreakable
물론
coins.
색이
What is that?
이상하나
좋은 성과를
Max stock
갖고
30th
돌아온다면
becomes staggered.
내가 맞서
달고 짭짤한 걸
내가
준비해두지.
아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이요.
Interesting. Okay, so that thing just needs to die immediately.
자, 이쪽에 잘 생각해보라.
이제야 실력을 좀
열어졌지.
내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까? 방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중이라네. 이따가
That's
버스에서 회고해야지
interesting.
않겠는가?
What are you clashing against right now? Okay, we'll just try that.
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 멀겠지만.
깔끔하게 물었군.
방금 전에 위대한 일격을
Damn,
기록하는
this-
중이라네. 이따가
this thing's
버스에서
so
회고해야지
fucking weird.
않겠는가?
This new status effect is super interesting though.
도끼를 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
아까처럼만 해.
해충들을
그럼
도려내라.
이번 쉽게 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
이런 건 공중이가 약이지. 두드려 길이 열어.
Wait, I wonder if it would like
생겼어, 나리!
synergize with Gregor's new requirement for his ego.
넌 푸른 큐즈.
예상 못했나?
끝내지. 여관에 가면 또 한참을 떠드시겠네. 바리에게 해줄 이야기가 또 늘었군요.
Let's just do that.
불가 위야.
시비 숨긴 남았다.
막아내지 못하리.
이 앞에 숨겼자. 보내지 마라. 말로 걸었다.
그간 전투 경험이 있는 거
도려내.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞서도
길이 열어.
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
지금은 좋았고
마음 놓고 여자
깨우치시길.
끝내지.
방금 좀 똑똑했다. 옛날에 조직에서 싸울 때도
It
눈에
survived
바로
with
적을
one
다
health.
밀어버리는 놈이 있었지.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
끝내지.
swear I'm gonna finish this and I'm gonna get used to the little mission accomplished. Alright, hold on. Before I continue, I'm gonna go quickly run and use the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm back. It's like our last skirmish. Sea terrors had surrounded the ship and returned to sea even before the battle came to an end. And their retreat felt too orderly and deliberate to just be running away. It's almost like they're making a tactical retreat. We're doing peachy, but what about the ship? Fow, is the ship okay? Minor damages to the hull, but nothing that will impede the ship's operational capabilities. Phew. So I noticed during the battle, I might be wrong of course, but I think I noticed how at the end of the battle those monsters were starting to go after the manager. You're probably right, actually. I noticed too. At some point during the battle, the monsters realized that the manager's who's commanding the rest of us. I sensed the very same. Their movements were fluid and adaptive, as though they were learning our behavior. Why does the Church of the Deep worship monsters like them? It ain't much of a question, innit? They must have all gone mental. I'm sure they have many reasons, but Seaborns are beings of infinite potential, so much so that there's no superlative big enough to properly convey the scale. As organisms, they can endlessly evolve and adapt. Every time they encounter a new environment or new element, they transform themselves and other Seaborns. Maybe that's their draw. That fascination may be an attitude most befitting a researcher, yet the transformation of fascination into idolatry is, if I may be frank, not entirely positive. I find them pretty uncomfortable. They just remind me of whales. Then they can adapt to learn language. Then can they adapt to learn a language and communicate with us? What? Going by everything we heard, I think they sound really smart. Mira's eyes went round at Honglu's suggestion. She brought her hands to her mouth, surprised. It sure was something. I heard that there was a Seaborn who could talk. If non-humans speak the language of humans, regardless of its testament to their intelligence, I could only think of two possibilities as to why they would. One to communicate with humans, the other to deceive humans. More often than not, it's the latter. What about distortions? Some of them already know how to speak. Distortions are phenomena in which humans transform into monstrous forms, first observed after the White Nights and Dark Days incident. Therefore, that example is irrelevant to Otis's supposition. White Nights and Dark Days? She whispered quietly, as we were standing rather close to her. We caught on to the hint of joy in her voice. The pillar of light in the city, did it really? How have you come across this knowledge, Miss Mares? Oh, ain't it obvious? We got the culprit right here. The storyteller lass who's been gabbing on to no end. Yeah, she's been talking non-stop all morning about all kinds of stories, hasn't she? Huh? Yet I've not gotten that far. You again? You didn't get so lost in your own stories that you babbled all about our company's secrets, have you? Nay, fee? I don't know. I would simply not. As Don Quixote was subjected to yet another round of scolding, Amiya stared out towards the sea. Wary sea terrors might start crawling to the surface once again before turning towards us. I wonder which of the two the Seaborns are. Their sense of self is really, really faint, so I don't think they'd be in either category. I think it's possible that they learned human language out of instinct, that the power of speech might help them survive. It appears that you, Miss Mares, are quite the expert on the subject of Seaborns. Your knowledge of them goes beyond the fear of one's survival may yield, thereby suggesting a different means of acquisition. Do you, by chance, worship the Seaborns? I don't worship the Seaborns. Seaborns don't have any hopes or wishes, just desire for survival. Miss Mares, doesn't that mean if Seaborns were somehow able to hope? Maybe so. Is that so? The repairs are complete. As we were conversing, Faust descended from the ship, with a neatly organized set of tools borrowed from the villagers. Repairs complete. I'm guessing repairs are done? Yes, the ship is ready to set sail. Did you have a departure time and date in mind? I would prefer if we could depart as soon as possible. Have a good night, Zach. We don't have have a set time or anything, but I think we should be able to set sail as late as this afternoon at the earliest. That soon? As you've seen, we don't have a lot to bring with us. By the way, how far out to sea do you guys need to go? We need to find this dimensional door of sorts. I could see the dimensional door's light from the beach that night. It was faint, but given how the light is strong enough to break through the sea fog, we should be able to determine its location somewhere around the coastal waters. So we could go back tonight? The first order of business is to relay this news to the villagers. Yeah, back to the village for now.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군.
Oh.
핏물진 길일 뿐이지만
Boy, I still have something stuck in the back
세월이
of my
지나.
throat. There's something going on in the village. Yeah, I hear it too. I'm hearing people shouting and hollering. When we return to the village, ship repairs completed, we are welcomed by a rather hostile standoff. A quick count told me that there were approximately 20 people assembled in the village square. Considering its population, that was pretty much the whole village. Who's that over there? Inquisitor. I think we've been found. The Inquisitor, dressed in a well-kept uniform, was about the same height as Don Quixote. The sword and the lamp hanging from her waist sits a stark contrast with the more run-down, ramshackle village. She almost looked like a fixer from the city. So the Inquisition has discovered our village. Did you really think you could forever stay out of the Inquisition's gaze, citizen? That is a naive dream. Fabius disappeared from the Inquisition mid-interrogation under charges of suspicion of membership within the Church of the Deep. Last known location, Salt Flat. The other Inquisitors have informed me that you have been identified next to pirates in its fringes. From a criminal to an outlaw, what a dramatic evolution of your career. But it ends here, now. Every citizen here, including you, will be accompanying me to the Inquisition. They have never broken a single law, nor are they outlaws of any kind. They are not like me. They disregarded the Inquisition's authority, evaded the gaze of Iberia, and found this sodden coast to lurk in. Tell me I'm not supposed to find that suspicious. What are you talking about? You can't just start arresting people left and right with a tenuous suspicion like that. You shouldn't. We only wish to live a quiet life, ma'am. Is that so? Then you might find yourself returning to this village one day, as long as you're telling the truth. Which is not an option for you, Fabius. Mayors, was the chief really a pirate? Well, yeah, but as far as I know, he's been out of the game for a while. And even when he ran with the pirates, all he ever did was share fin beast jerky to villagers. Or carry Agirians between them. Even if you're telling the truth, Mayors, I doubt the Inquisition will be lenient. Well, what now? I have but one question to ask. That Inquisitor, is she following the proper legal procedures? I don't know much about the laws of Iberia, but Dr. Calcet told us that the words of Inquisitors were pretty much the law here. It is likely that she is following the proper legal procedures. The procedures are precisely what the villagers have fled from, after all. Then it is decided. Otis quietly dragged me to the side and whispered outside Mayor's earshot. The sinners who were right next to me seem to have picked up on it, though. Executive Manager, we must immediately return to the ship, take command of it, and sail out on our own. It is unwise to involve ourselves in this conflict. What? Are you seriously suggesting we just let them arrest the villagers? Didn't you hear what the Inquisitor said? It seems quite cut and dry to me. If this is the standard procedure with no local laws broken, we are in no place to involve ourselves. Our best hope is to take the ship before they impound that too. We can't do that. Even if it's standard procedure, even if they're working with the law, it's not... You stayed up to hear Mayor's story too, didn't you? You know, the N-Corp Inquisitors were working within the law too, when they came for the village. That was standard procedure too. If anyone had stepped in then... I know what you went through, but I'd rather not take a risk in an unfamiliar environment like this. I will try my best to figure out how to sail that ship. If I cannot, then I have faith in Ishmael to quickly learn its controls. I can't say you're wrong, but I don't know. Neither you nor I know anything about the ocean currents here, Otis. We can get the ship going, but I can't guarantee that we'll reach the dimensional door without any trouble. Do you know anything about the sea currents in this region? Not much, but I know the coastal sea somewhat. And you can't fight the Inquisitors directly here in Iberia. Fleeing with the ship might be the better option. What should we do, Dante? Yeah, I guess it's kind of awkward for us to just take the ship and go, huh? How about we try talk to the Inquisitor then? I think we should at least try to hear them out first, them being the Inquisitor and the Chief both. If the discussion goes well, we might even be able to get the Inquisitor's support. Like Mr. Honglu said, we should hear them out first, then try to convince them. I agreed with them both. First, let's at least see what the Inquisitor has to say. R. Rabbit's right, she says. Are you certain that translation was accurate, Sinclair? Right? There's no way Ryoshi would choose anything other than violence, right? Idiots. It's because the other options are pointless. Inquisitors seen us. We're already under suspicion. She will doubtless try to stop us if we flee now. So talk first. Lower her guard, then attack. Pretty sure that's not what Amiya meant. Well, if she's already onto us, then we shouldn't give her any excuse to attack us by running away. I was wondering what you were doing there, lurking in the background. A clock-shaped head? Are you from the Columbian Union? They're wearing a clock for a head due to reasons, but they have nothing to do with the Columbian Union. What's the Columbian Union? Tick-tock. What? Which language are they speaking? Regardless of whether you're from Columbia or not, you're clearly not from Iberia, let alone this village. You're not wrong, but I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. I'm quite certain you don't have enough knowledge of these villagers to stand between them and an Inquisitor. How long have you been staying here? 2 days? Buddy, don't just tell her that! 2 days? Alright, enough of this chicanery. Get out of my way, outsider. The attempt appears to have been made on quite the unstable ground. Please lend us your ear for a minute, Inquisitor. I am Amiya, leader of Rhodes Island. Yes, I am aware of Iberia's closed border situation. I felt hope swelling within me as Amiya began with confidence. Unlike Sinclair, alas, it was short-lived. Thanks to the Inquisitor's quick retort, I couldn't help but place my palm against my forehead at the exchange that followed. Oh, so not only are we dealing with outsiders of dubious origin, we have illegal entry as well. That's, we had to because the issue demands urgency and... I've been briefed. Brazenly crossed the border, did you? I don't know how urgent that issue could be, but I doubt it's anything more significant than the situation at hand for Iberia and its Inquisition. The High Inquisitor is handling the Rhodes Island issue. Stay put and await the consequences while he and that chatty med doctor of yours talk it out. Do know that your treatment may depend on her negotiation skills. As for the village chief, I understand that you have the right to arrest him. He is a fugitive who has fled in the middle of an interrogation and has been sailing with the pirates. However, it is an inhumane treatment to arrest the rest of the villagers as well. Inhumane? This decision is well within the rights bestowed upon the Inquisition. They've lived for years right next to that highly suspicious Agir. The Inquisition must investigate the rest of them to verify whether they have committed any acts of treason against our laws. This isn't going anywhere, is it? Listen, they've been surviving for years upon years by the coast without the protection of the Inquisition, and it simply cannot make sense. Oh, I think I've heard enough from you. Ain't it funny how you're blaming them for what is essentially a failure of your responsibilities? And now you roll up here only to go, they shouldn't be alive, I'm arresting them all. What, are you saying these people should all be dead or something? I am. There's no other way to cut it. People simply shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this, not for this long. The Inquisitor's reply seemed to fan Heathcliff's wrath, as he lifted his bat and began striding forward. That's it. Lass, if you ever so much as touch the tip of a single villager's hair. Please calm yourself, Heathcliff. But Honglu stepped in between them. Get your bloody hands off me! I've had enough of her. Continuing to threaten her will cause something irrevocably bad to happen. I believe you know that yourself, Heathcliff. What do you suggest, then? We're clearly not making any progress by talking this out. Excuse me, Miss Inquisitor, what do you mean that the people shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this? I meant it literally. Even by some miracle that they actually do survive, they should at least be suffering from endless hunger, struggling to their wits' end at the inevitability of the calamity. But they look too healthy. The heck? Then shouldn't you be applauding them for managing to survive through so much hardship? I am an Inquisitor. I am not some crazy person on a power high who goes around accosting and arresting civilians of Iberia straight up to the gallows, okay? I have more than enough probable cause to take them in for interrogation. It's just that I don't have the time or the energy to explain every single one of them to you outsiders. I promise them a fair judgment, whichever way that may be, after proper investigation. So stop it with this obstruction of justice. The Inquisitor brandished her rapier threateningly, her voice shaking with frustration. Dante, without the full picture of the circumstances, Faust advises against further antagonization of the local police political authority. I agree with Faust. I get the feeling that she isn't the kind of heartless Inquisitor that goes around indiscriminately executing innocents, like Miss Mayers told us earlier. I don't think she's anything like the Inquisitor's event corp we saw back at Cull. They were right. We didn't have the full picture of the circumstances. Getting in the way of the Inquisitor, who was clearly a significant political entity in the area, was most likely a bad idea. It isn't the Inquisitor's job to answer your questions. Continue to obstruct me, then. As the standoff was showing no signs of ending. Miss Mayers? I can answer your questions, so for now let's do as the Inquisitor says. Mayers, who had been hiding behind us ever since we returned to the village, suddenly stepped forward. Yet what of thy grandfather and the villagers? It's alright, I'm sure this is happening only because the Inquisitors don't know. What do you mean, you'll answer the questions? About the profound silence. Mayer's response to Otis was but a single concept. I didn't quite grasp the significance, but it seemed to surprise the Inquisitor. That's what they call the calamity that destroyed Iberia. Lore? More new things.
준비한 대로만 하면.
Decades ago, a great wave ravaged through Iberia. It wasn't long before the Seaborns carried by the waves diminished Iberia's brilliant civilization to this. The waves, the profound silence, then must have reduced the village to its current state as well. Is there any reason it's called the profound silence? It doesn't seem to be the most appropriate moniker for a calamity like that. It's because the sea went dead silent before the waves came. The silence then claimed the ships out at sea, then the cities of Iberia, then the Iberians. No one could say a word in the face of the ineffable calamity. Just what are you? No average Iberian citizen should be privy to any of the information you're sharing. And the Church of the Deep is really capitalizing on the pandemonium that followed the profound silence. They pretended to be a gear from the sea, delude the citizenry of Iberia, and are sowing chaos in her lands. So that's why they're arresting a gear left and right. I can see the thought process, but so it's understandable why the Inquisitor would want to arrest us. Dante, this isn't good. Sharing that seems to have been some kind of taboo-like thing for the Inquisition. The Inquisitor weirdly stares at Mayers. Her eyes are filled with traces of anger and confusion, but she's afraid. There was fear in the face of the threat. Not the fear of the terrified, no, the fear of someone who's suddenly confronted with something they must destroy. The High Inquisitor once told me that, should I come across an Aegir who knows too much, there's a sliver of chance that they might be of assistance to Iberia. Cease! Thou art threatening the innocent with brandishing of a firearm. But most are seduced by the allure of the sea. Thus they are, with little doubt, our foes. I've got a bad feeling about this. Get out of my way, outsider. Final warning. Quick on the uptake as always, Rhodia slung Mayers over her shoulder and ran past the villagers, while the sinners scattered in all directions to distract the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor draws her firearm, and in the midst of all that action, Don Quixote rushed forward towards the Inquisitor without a moment's hesitation. Thou shalt go no further! A fixer of justice shan't abide by thou and persecute them. Forsooth, 'tis a battle delayed, not avoided. This clash is inevitable. In that moment of crisis, second before this could have irrevocably make us a new enemy. Oh. How do you say this number? A large obsidian crystallization in the shape of a monster burst forth between the two of them. Who's it this time? That is enough meaningless bickering. Dr. Calcit! Do you know her? Yes, she's Dr. Calcit, Rhode Island's medical department's... Dr. Calcit's behind you! shoot first, talk later, is it? The negotiations are over. From this moment onward, Rhodes Island is now operating within legal capacity on Iberian territory under the Inquisition's authorization. The Inquisitor fired a blast of the firearm-looking weapon, but the monster summoned by Calcit managed to deflect it. And the cannonball thrown from the weapon punched clean through the wall of a building we stayed in last night, before punching through several other buildings behind it. That was enough to instantly freeze the sinners and the villagers on the spot. That penetrated a building. Though their walls may be weaker than the head's standard for what counts as a building's exterior wall, to punch through so many is... what a precise point it makes. And now's not the time to stand around impressed! It is a violation of a taboo to have that much penetrative power in a firearm. We're not in the city. Don't lose your heads over this. Taboos don't apply here. My head knows that to be true, yet my heart finds it difficult to be still. That's enough of that discussion for now. It is advisable that we carefully observe and grasp the situation at hand instead of deliberating on a taboo, the jurisdiction of which does not reach this far. Yeah, so the situation's gotten slightly better, right? If she's Amiya's friend, she's our ally. Besides, she's got some super powerful looking prosthetic gear looking thing too. Is that what you think? I apologize for the disappointment, but I am not on anyone's side. In other words, your particular denomination ally might not be entirely correct. However, if I must define my allegiance, then let me inform you that the closest label would be that I am Inquisitor Irene's ally. Dr. Calcit, Amiya, outsiders, as much as you would like to deny it, the Inquisitor's suspicions are true. While it can be said that the process by which she reached that conclusion was unfair, the conclusion itself is, without a doubt, correct. So they're actually connected to the Church of the Deep? That is one way to put it. To be more precise, they aren't connected to the Church of the Deep. They are the Church of the Deep. Perhaps the village itself is a dilapidated church of their congregation. Our village? A church? Just look at our buildings. Where would we even congregate? Your thoughts, Faust? There are not many resources by which we may analyze the decision. However, the fact that Amiya's colleague has made the same argument as the Inquisitor brings the accused's defense into question. Yet, I can hardly believe that young Mayers is lying to us. Hold on, you've been chatting plenty with that Inquisition or whatever. How do we know you weren't aligned with them the whole time? I see. You really all are entirely in the dark. An expected outcome given that all of you may be from a place far beyond the dimensional door. As fortune should have it, there is no need for you to know it anyway. Truth is truth unchanging, without the acceptance from an errant group of outsiders. Besides, soon. I'm sorry, it seems we've merged you into this trouble. Say no such thing. We shall not abide as one such injustice is perpetuated before our eyes. The village has already been identified by the Inquisition, and the Inquisition has even brought an ally. It seems quite unlikely that words shall resolve this conflict. But we promise you, we will take responsibility for what is done. We have benefited far too much from your warmth and kindness not to do so. The village chief, with a benevolent look, pulls a dagger from his cloth, and I immediately knew what Calcit was about to say. Take responsibility, you don't have to— We are now departing for the sea, yet, as we cannot bring ourselves to leave you here, I must ask you to join us for this journey. Become our bloodkin. Great! We can't ever have nice things! What are you doing? Stop! The unanticipated, or perhaps I was simply in denial of this rising dread, ambush did not end there. Damn it, the Inquisitor was right? Great! The villagers utterly began shanking the sinners with weapons that they had concealed in their clothes, and it seemed that they were coming for me as well. Amiya materialized a black ribbon-like apparition, parrying away the dagger flying in my direction, but another villager rushed in, taking advantage of the opening. The charging villager's back was made a visceral crunchy noise. Someone flung them away. I didn't mean to be this late. Scotty, let me catch you up to speed. I know the situation. This fishy smell is what I went to investigate earlier. What about the sinners? Unlike Amiya and I, who managed to survive the initial ambush, the sinners weren't doing so well. At least we had the silver lining that the Inquisitor and Khalsid's quick understanding of the situation and subsequent retaliation led the villagers away from the sinners. How? I didn't notice any hostility or aggression. What an odd thing to say. Why would we hold any animosity against you? Why would we intend to kill you? We are not trying to hurt you, we are simply trying to give you a form better suited for the sea. Until we were obstructed. I apologize. Why does he have the face of when he's seasick? I apologize for our unfamiliarity has caused you trouble, Inquisitor. I won't make a big stink about what happened. It's truly unforgivable. What's truly unforgivable is that the heretics tried to take advantage of the ignorance of outsiders to flee the Inquisition. And even if you are outsiders, any lives lost on Iberian soil are my responsibility. It is my fault. I'm sorry it came to this. Wait, lives lost? We're still alive, you know. We could shake off a stab wound like... This is most unfortunate, outsider. Oh god, we're gonna give Ishmael a heart attack. Your friends are either going to die or turn into seaborns. The daggers that stabbed them were laced with flesh of sea terrors. Once that happens, most die, and the survivors become overwritten by their cells, becoming nothing more than another sea monster. What? That's not a very big deal? Everyone is acting like this is it for the sinners, but hey, I should be able to deal with this by turning the clock. It's not that bad. That's not bad. Whatever. Shrug. My only concern is that I didn't know what would happen if I tried to bring them back after they're fully transformed into seaborns. The golden bow helped to deal with the whale's palidification effects, but I had no idea how it would interact with seaborn transformations. We should just kill them before they turn. I know this must be very hard for you, but... what? Sorry to bother with this, but can you kill my friends? Preferably in the least painful way, you know? Oh, sorry. That last part was that last part too much to ask? Wait, don't give up already. If we bring them back to Rhodes Island, we should be able to do something to help them. How should I explain this? Guys, can you... Dante, I know what you mean, but I can't right now. My strength is rapidly deteriorating since the ambush. It's kind of tingly too, so maybe they use some kind of paralytic cocktail? Just trust me this one time. I can assure you that I'm not just giving up on them. But, Amiya, can you understand this outsider's speech? Yes, it's just that they're making a pretty difficult request. They want me to kill all of their friends before they transform into seaborns. Okay! And before we even knew it, Scotty had already decapitated the sinners, none of whom resisted. Amiya seems to have been taken aback by how fast Scotty jumped into action. What are you doing? Scotty! Don't let this spook you, this is just how we roll. The clock turns. The decapitated heads creep towards the headless torsos, connecting the threads of blood. The sensation is that of reversal. It feels as though sinners and I are severed from the rest of the world, rewinding in isolation. Is this rewinding us going back in time, or are we defying the concept itself? This pain is multifold worse than the sensation of a straightforward decapitation. The pain is in the heart. As the current of death reverses, I sense a deep, crushing isolation. Their wounds are disappearing. Resurrection, metempsychosis, or time reversal. Puzzling. I have no knowledge in which to interpret this technology. The cost seems to be that the pain is transferred to the one who rewinds. But that seems too small a price for such a great power. Though the discussion of whether this can be categorized as power should be explored later. I couldn't stop shaking. All my limbs were trembling from icy solitude. Still, I took a moment to collect myself and ordered the sinners. She looks fucking feral in that corner. I don't know just what they're thinking, but we should be able to find out once we take them down. You dared deceive the executive manager and try to take their life. Prepare thyself, for thou shalt pay the price for making a mockery of justice. Yeah, we can't just let this slide, you know. How unfortunate. I had high hopes that all of you would become fine bloodkins. She looks feral in that corner there.
단순해서 조건 9번 수감자.
Oh, it's
물론
Oh, he's here.
성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 내가 맞서
달고 짭짤한 걸
내가
준비해두지.
아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이요.
Interesting. Okay, okay.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데. 유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
허술하긴.
어쩐 일로
Yeah, I
진짜
assumed he was
도움이
gonna
되는
start
걸
attacking
고치고
next turn.
오셨네요. 이대로 몰아넣으시죠.
Let's deal with that.
일기당천.
시비수에게 물었나. 이야기 숨지르지 마. 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
Annoying thing is that they keep gaining SP. Ow. Fuck! Oh, he's weird. Oh, he's weird.
토끼를 보내라.
좋아.
저 해충들을
한국은 전략이
도려내라.
있으니 계속 밀어붙이자.
나라도
묘야.
그렇게 했었지.
길을 열어라.
이만하면 훌륭하고.
약점을 잘 노리셨습니다. 이제 해결사의 총격도 익숙해지셨네요.
Fuck.
두려움을 모르는 건 나쁘지 않습니다만
I don't like
또
this.
무식하게 돌격하실 거라면 전 빠지겠습니다.
Okay, we can kind of let these ones slide, but we need to make sure this ass over here doesn't do that. I have. How does this look? Bad. You. Maybe. Sure, let's go with this.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못해.
God darn it.
목을 떨고 주마.
Their SP is getting very annoying.
무슨 술수를.
잔디. 아군 대열이 무너졌다. 재정비를 해보는 게 좋아.
Are there more of these fuckers? God. attack these ones. I don't like this. Yeah, we're gonna get Otis probably is gonna be staggered next turn. Well, he's staggered at least.
날 이해하는 저 감동적이지 않을 수 없네. 해결사 영웅들의 이런 구절이 있지.
Oh, nice.
물 넘고 꺾고 제철.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요, 딴테. 적합한 조치였습니다.
어머? 놀랐어?
예사롭지가 않은데? 아주 작살을 내놨어.
You just do that.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
목을 떨고 주마. 이놈이 푸름을 틔울 수
이제야
없게.
실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
Oh my god. Girl, what was that clash?
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 멀겠지만. 괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도
Nice.
그렇게만 해주세요.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
이제 깨우치시길.
끝내지.
물 넘고 꺾고 제철.
폴린이 방금 뭘 본 것인가? 엄청나게 강한 일격을!
Wait, I think they're heading to... He's running himself into a dead end. Are they seeking refuge at sea? Wait, that's where the ship is. That's where they're headed. They're trying to board the vessel Masas. Wait, but we never told them that the ship was repaired, so how... Ain't it obvious? The whole village is in on it. It ain't a surprise that they'd send someone to spy on us, or that they know a way to get the ship floating, even if it's in a broken state. Vessel Masas? Vessel Rebellion de la Masas, the ship that is moored at port in that direction. Wait, it can't be. Irene, who was preoccupied with battling the rest of the followers of the Church of the Deep, who were in hiding, quickly gave chase. But Fabius and the villagers were already aboard the repaired ship and slowly departing the harbor with a horde of sea terrors between us and them. How could a vessel of that size become operational this fast? The exterior name, it must have been constructed during the golden age of Iberia. But how are we supposed to chase that? What if we built a raft and rowed after them? Come on. Sea is full of sea terrors. It won't get very far before it sinks. Do you see something, Amiya? You keep looking in that direction. Oh. The vessel Masa soon disappeared into the mists, and the village was left empty with nary a sign of people ever having been there, as though this getaway had all been premeditated. Leaving only mayors. Damn.
부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
Damn it, can't we just take a ship and go after it? It's a research vessel. It can't possibly be very fast. This will be difficult. Even if it is a research vessel, I'm sure it was constructed during the golden age of Iberia. No average ship can keep up with it. Which is a problem, because I doubt we have any ship that can travel at the same speed. We only have a few small vessels left, which are all anchored too far from this location to be feasible options. Do we have any recourse? No, unless we can identify the exact location of the vessel. Which is the real problem. We find ourselves a ship to go after them, yes, but most of the eyes of Iberia, the lighthouses, were lost during the profound silence. Wait, when you say most, do you mean that there's some left? Just one, as far as I know, the one in Gran Faro, but that lighthouse cannot be used at the moment. There's another. There's a lighthouse you can use. Really? Are you really going to give one of the villagers the benefit of the doubt? Yet young Scotty hath already confirmed her to be safe. All I confirmed is whether she is seaborn or not. I can't know if she's a cultist. 'Tis true, yet. Once we saw that Mares was left all on her own, we decided to have her accompany us at all times to keep her within Irie's eyeshot. We couldn't possibly blame her for what happened, given Scotty's confirmation that she doesn't have anything to do with the sea monsters. Besides, they had all left her behind. But Irene still seemed to harbor a bit of suspicion. The problem with Aegir is that she simply knows too much. Where could she possibly have gained access to all that information? See, she can't even answer that question. But let's think about it this way. What if we were to ask her what we don't know? The location of that lighthouse, for example. They're ticking rapidly. What did they say? Dante says that we should approach it differently and ask her what we don't know, like the location of the lighthouse. It seems like a reasonable suggestion to me. Or does the Inquisitor have an alternate solution to this conundrum? No, but... Fine, let's hear it. I won't interrogate you about how you have access to things that even us Inquisitors don't know. At least not right now. In Faro Muerto, Dead Lighthouse, that's our village name. Somewhere a little ways off from the coastline, there's an intact eye of Iberia on the sea, though it was almost destroyed when the profound silence was swept through. Off the coastline? Is it not connected to the land? I think it used to be, until it sank. We should be able to procure ourselves enough wooden material from the village to build a raft. Is it near enough to for a raft to be a means of access? The weather's not great today, but it should do. It's not very far from the coast. Even you? You're gonna trust the Aegir? I don't see why I shouldn't. I understand that Iberian mistrust of Aegir is quite profound, yet sentiment is hollow to the rest of us. Inquisitor Irene, what did you feel when you saw Rhode Island's operator? If you're talking about Countess, nothing in particular, other than slight annoyance when she accused me of being inhumane. So you didn't harbor any hostility nor disgust, not that you would have felt any sense of sympathy or empathy either. I thought, I have no history of feelings for or against Aegir. Such must be the same for the outsiders. What's she on about? She's conveying that, in matters of regards to Mares, our opinions are more objective than Irene's. Finding the vessel Fabius commandeered will be benefit to all. Limbus Company will gain access to return to the city via the dimensional door, while Rhodes Islands will have the chance to study it at closer proximity. And the Inquisition will gain possession of the vessel, which the technology from the Iberian Golden Ages contained. What? So you're just going to hand that over to the Inquisition? Why should we covet what was once Iberia's? While there are certain aspects to the vessel that draw interest, I already have state-of-the-art masterpiece known as Mephistopheles. As long as that can be guaranteed, I see no reason to refuse. Irene eventually agreed to put her trust in Mares. We are in luck, Executive Manager. It is quite fortunate that our interests align exactly with that of the first strangers we encountered in a strange land. Lucky is right. Imagine if we were back in the city. It would have taken them like 3-4 distortion hunts for us to come to this agreement. Sorry about having to saddle you with this, Mares. Please lead us to the lighthouse. Okay, happily. So, when you said almost destroyed, how almost destroyed is it? I heard that the light faded from the lighthouse a long time ago, but the shape still stands. At least, At least it was when I saw it a few months ago. If the lighthouse is in inoperable state, we're going to need an expert technician to get it back in working order. The technology is completely divorced from the popular application of Oranginium technology. So I doubt there's anyone out there who could work it anymore. Then you needn't worry about that. Here we have an engineer and researcher who are geniuses even among the city. So we should be able to manage the most mechanical failures. Today's just revelation after revelation, huh? I can vouch for Limbus Company's skills. I can also work on simpler tasks. I've learned a thing or two helping out Gramps. Stuff the lighthouse or various tech stuff. Well then, should we head to the lighthouse together? No, I'll be leaving the group for a moment. Amiya will accompany you instead. What? After all that, you're just going off on your own? Yes, to join the doctor. It is imperative for the successful execution of this mission. Of course, that hinges on Amiya and Scotty's remaining behind here to assist the rest of you. Thus, I will leave it to the rest of you to take care, for you to take the Eye of Iberia, the lighthouse, back. What do you mean, take back the lighthouse? Is there someone or something out there that's taken over the lighthouse called the Eye of Iberia? A likely supposition. Amiya, what did the manager of Limbus Company say? They're asking if the lighthouse has been taken over by something. Not a bad intuition. Yes, there is a high likelihood that the structure has already been overrun by sea terrors. I don't know about overrun, but I've encountered them a few times when we approached it too closely. Normally, this is hardly enough personnel to attempt a raid on the lighthouse, but answer me this. Are there any limitations to their revival? There are no restrictions as long as Dante, the manager, survives. However, do note that battle efficiency depreciates with prolonged battle due to mounting mental stress on the manager. No need to change the plan then. Amiya, use this communicator to alert me as soon as you are able to identify the coordinates of the vessel from the lighthouse. If luck would have it, we should be able to reduce the time it takes to complete this retrieval mission. Okay, as long as you're not taking everyone with you. If it's just her who's leaving, then go ahead. I think we should be fine too. Then let us commence mission Vessel Masses Retrieval. Righto, step one of the plan's the raft, right? Let's get on with it. It's done. Let's go. What? Why are you looking at us like that? Is there something bothering you? Must you ask? Just look at how proactive and quick she is to jump to action. Certainly lives up to the image of an employee working for a large corporation. Thanks, Otis, for that charitable view, I guess. Thanks to Scotty, who had already finished the first step of the plan, we were able to move on to step 2 immediately. This weird thing again.
필두, 출진.
After a while of carefully sailing on Scotty's raft along coastal cliffs, a gargantuan shrouded lighthouse emerged from the thick mist. Eye of Iberia. Even in its dilapidated, ruined state, touches that are once monumental and sensitive are apparent on the exterior construction of the lighthouse. Some even called these lighthouses guardians of Iberia. It retains the grandeur of the era, as it was built during its golden age. You really know everything, don't you? It is as she said, but now these lighthouses are nothing but graveyards of countless inquisitors and soldiers of the Penal Baton. No one who's attempted to retrieve a lighthouse has ever survived the expedition. Can you please not say scary stuff like that, Miss Irene? We're literally about to walk into one. Don't you ever quit chirping? What are you, a foul beast? Quit yapping in my ear! Why is this one such a coward, unlike the rest of you outsiders? I'm not a coward, I'm just voicing my... She did just say some pretty concerning stuff. How long do you think the repairs will take? Its exterior is rather heavily damaged. However, from what is visible from the outside, its interior is still quite intact. With Miss Faust's expertise, it should not take it very long. Isong suggested with a smile, but Faust maintained her silence for the entire journey to the lighthouse. Then said something pretty concerning in response. Of course, my wit remains unmarred even in such uncertainties. The currents are pretty wild. Someone's gonna have to stay behind to keep an eye on the raft. We can't just leave it here unattended, but I don't know if we can carry it either. I'll stay here and protect the ship. You sure you can handle this alone? I know you're strong, but maybe one or two more people should stay behind just in case. No, I don't need them. Sea terrors will swarm the islet if I go with you anyway. So this has nothing to do with you. So what she's trying to say is that she's worried about you not having enough people to take on the lighthouse when she can handle this area alone, which is why she's okay with staying behind alone. Thanks for explaining. Some people can't just can't help but hop through the extra hoop, I guess. Well then, let's trust her. We'll be back, Scotty. Luckily, we didn't run into any sea terrors on our way to the lighthouse gates. The problem was that the gates were bound shut by strange blue tissues. Reminds me of that L Corp branch back at U Corp, though that one was white. I don't think I could do anything to force it open myself, so... Guys, can you pry open this door? Oi, move over. I'll pull from the right side, you grab the left, and we'll all pull together at 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, huh? Something's off here. What are you doing? The door is firmly secured in place. This flesh tissue regenerates as soon as it is torn. Perhaps you'll need to tap into a wilder form of art to get this opened. Well, what now? This strange flesh tissue growing along the gates is sea terror. It reacts to the lamp, but it's grown too much to be affected by it in any meaningful capacity. Scotty might be able to open this door with her incredible strength, but... Should I go fetch her? But I think she's already fighting off the sea terrors from sinking the raft. So we're all on our own. Maybe there's an identity card or ego I can use to get through this. So which one? Huh? Just as I was pondering a familiar question, a faint black glow came into view, and then devoured my sight. It's no intuition or inspiration, it's just different from those sudden flashes of realization. And it's not the star of that day, that I think of from time to time. It's not the horrible door that I see every time I turn the clock either. The formless black space in which I am not permitted to see, a faint noise, a whisper cuts through it. And through that opening I see a light. I reach out to the opening and see Scotty, born from a very, very warm gaze. Scotty. Powerful imagery crashes onto me like the waves. Scotty, the staggering dancer wielding a blade. Scotty who flaunts her flowing locks. And Scotty the singer humming a voice in a low voice. Beyond the fringes of cognition, Scotty's existence has become engraved. The sinner who can wrestle and control this oceanic tidal power is... Dante, are you alright? I'm good. I don't think we need to send for Scotty. What? Hey, Ishmael. I've never used this ego before, but I need you to trust me and accept it. What? An ego? I nod quietly. Well, if it's not like we never get to have practice runs with those ego, whatever it is, seems to me our manager's found a solution. Her confusion is short-lived. She lets out a carefree laughter before stepping forward, boldly twirling her mace once. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Get corroded?
한눈 팔지 마세요. 영원히 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Damn, we get animations in this. Cracks on the lighthouse are growing. I think she destroyed the door instead of opening it. Sorry, I didn't think it'd be this strong. Well, the door's open. What are we waiting for? No, I mean, just what was the part where you... What, the part where I suddenly changed into a different outfit and equipped a different personality? Yes! That! Ahem, that is... This is most fascinating. That an ego could be drawn with here, in lieu of the mirror or Mephistopheles. I think I connected to Amiya's subconscious mind. There was this strange, unfamiliar light, and I saw Amiya's emotions attached to her memories and experiences, so I just reached out to them. My subconscious mind? I just had a feeling that it would work. Sorry about peering in without asking first. But I didn't see anything other than things about Scotty. All I needed were memories and emotions that could be used to understand the being that is Scotty. It's okay, I also have experience with gaining power from others' memories and emotions to overcome difficult situations. Maybe that's how you were able to draw something for me as well, Dante? That is the most appropriate assumption, especially in a situation in which delving into its principles is impossible. So it's called an ego? Naturally, of course, Limbus Company's ego is quite distinguished from the other kinds of ego which are bloomed from within oneself. That is enough. No further information is to be divulged to outsiders. Yet it matters not whether young mayors or young Amir learn of this. I agree with that fool this time. The Inquisitor used an artillery projectile that penetrates the outer wall, several of them in fact, of a building, and the head did not pursue her following that breach of taboo. This is clearly not the city. Ain't it better to let her talk her heart out than to hear her moan and whine about not being able to say anything? I am convinced. Do as you will, then. Faust's reply sounded almost sulking, but Don Quixote immediately began to expound upon ego to Irene and Mayors anyway. But everyone was too busy to pay attention to her, as the wet slithering noises from a distance had put everyone on edge. Can we do that later? We've got some cleaning up to do. So there were more sea terrors past the door. I think any sea terrors from this sea are all converging around Scotty, which means our only roadblocks are the sea terrors still lingering in the lighthouse. Let's go. Let's take this lighthouse back.
단순해서 좋건 9번 수감자.
What the hell is this?
좋은 성과를 갖고
Speed's fixed to
돌아옵니다.
1.
달고
As soon as on top of the
짭짤한
nosy
걸
brand, at turn N, take
준비해두지.
6 damage.
아시의 이상을 함께
Greatly
줬던
increases nervous
호의
impairment.
이상이요.
Huh. Trigger Hand of the Saint and remove all Nether Sea brand from the battlefield. When this takes effect, triggers Hand of the Saint becomes inactive for a turn. This unit takes damage from any skills mainly targeting this unit and it takes no other damage. Okay. Sea brands. Okay, that's news shit. All right. Let's not touch you first.
일기당천.
시비수에게 명한다. 이앗 숨지는 자, 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
이건 예상 못했나봐.
예사롭지가 않은데? 아주 작살을 내놨어.
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
Damn you song.
놀랐어?
볼일이 방금 무엇을 본 것인가? 엄청나게 강한 일격을!
I feel like I don't understand how this works, despite reading this. Because it's off currently, and I don't think anything is making it active yet. But that's probably the point of it, is that nothing has made it active yet. Yeah, let's kill this thing.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 치워버리죠.
목을 떨궈주마.
아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
깔끔하게 그래. 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
I think we could just wait for this thing to just stay there for a while we attack everything else. I mean, with how long this encounters used to be, I might actually be able to use egos and stuff.
막아내지 못하.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
괜찮추석네.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 그대로 두드려 패.
깔끔하게 물었군. 이세가 올랐어. 적군들에게 본때를 보여줘도 될 것 같은데?
Who else needs SP? You need SP. Who is attacking this?
헤어내리.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
이제 깨우치시길.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
괜찮추석네.
저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
This thing is just gonna sit there. Oh, it's when this thing is there. Okay. Is that just it? It's turned on now? So now they take... Alright, alright. Well, I don't know if I want her to attack that yet. I don't really know what it does.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Fuck.
어머, 놀랐어? 훌륭하군요.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
시도는 좋았어요.
방금 건 제대로 한 건 했어. 돌아가면 맥주라도 사야겠는걸?
Okay. I do want to know, like... Oh, we don't have any Wrath resources on this team, so I can't even use this. Maybe I'll just, like, put someone who has Wrath resources on it, because I feel like I want to at least use one of the egos, and I don't really have much use for the other ones currently. Let's... Who was targeting that? Yeah, it was. Let's just have you also attack this.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
도끼를 본다. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
At least most of these things seem to be somewhat
여관에
okay.
가면 또 한참을 떠드시겠네. 바리에게 해줄 이야기가 또 늘었군요.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
틈새로 바로
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
If I just attack the thing, it turns the weird
열어졌지. 바람 불어오는
stadium
대로
effect thing off.
짓밟아라.
불쌍하게 울부짖는군.
깔끔하게 물었군.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 멀겠지만.
유효타 좋아. 계속
Maybe?
집중하지.
I don't know.
무상한 목숨. 불끈을 지원했군.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요, 단테. 적합한 조치였습니다.
Oh, mainly targeting this unit and then take some other damage. I don't know what Hand of the Saint means, but I guess I don't have to really worry about it.
일기당천.
이제 깨우치시길.
감동적이지 않을 수 없네.
정작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
Actually, I might switch the team to my bleed team. No, because then
물론
most of them don't actually feature
이건
on that
전략이
team.
승이야. 계속 밀어붙이자.
최근엔 좋았어요.
깔끔하게 물었군.
빈틈투성이네.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데
And I can
일조하였으니
afford
내일은
this.
더 떳떳이 살아.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 메마른 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Nice. Just debating if I should just put on someone with wrath resources.
이제야 명을 받듭니다.
내
I'll just do
명을 들은
this.
시비수 결집이다.
Because she has some wrath resources.
단순해서 좋군, 9번 수감자. 물론
행색이 이상하나
좋은 성과를
그럼에도
갖고
이상이여.
돌아온다면
내가 말이야.
달고 짭짤한 걸
내가
준비해두지.
아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이요.
Let's have someone else target that.
만만치 않겠군.
시비수에게 믿는다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자가
Kindly win this.
보내지 마라.
Oh my god.
목을 떨고 주마.
아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
Girl.
있어.
오, 니네들 기분이 좋아 보인다. 뭐 재밌는 거라도 봤어?
I still don't understand. Where does Nether Sea brand appear? Okay. It's on top of Nether Sea brand? What does that mean? I don't understand.
만만치 않겠군. 본인이 하지. 이 정도쯤이야? 이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
훌륭하군요.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
본인이 방금 뭘 본 것인가? 오, 엄청나게 강한 일격을! 방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중이라네. 이따가 버스에서 회고해야 하지 않겠는가?
Okay, I still don't have enough gluttony resources for this passive.
만만치 않겠군. 본인이 하지.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 어느 맛이 나는데.
이제
일
깨우치시게.
처리는 빠르게 하는 편이
깔끔하게 몰았구나.
방법이지.
방금 건 제대로 안 꺼냈어. 돌아가면 맥주라도 사야겠는걸?
한화 휴재. 개인의 꼴몰지 마시오.
Okay, now he's
전장에
finally gonna
전념하시오.
have his strider starting to stack up. And do we want to attack this thing? I feel not.
시간 끌 것 없이
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
깔끔하게 몰았군.
허술하긴.
사랑으로. 이 정도쯤이야?
이제 깨우치시길.
방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중이라네. 이따가 버스에서 회고해야 하지 않겠는가?
So let's do that. Okay, and then
일기당천 목을
then
떨고
she'll start getting her little charge thing.
틈새. 바로
그걸 근육으로 때리시고.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
예사롭지가 않은데? 아주 작살을 내놨어.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데. 유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
Darn.
방금 건 제대로 안 꺼냈어. 돌아가면 맥주라도 사야겠는걸?
Let's do that. Still has gaining line breaker, but he just doesn't have his strider anymore.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 치워버리죠.
토끼를 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
틈을 끊어 바로
이런 건 공중이가 약이지. 두드려 패.
길을 열어. 넌 구름을 틔울 수도
God
없겠고.
damn.
괜찮은 공격이네요.
Somehow I keep
앞으로도
forgetting
거듭나게
how
해주세요.
absurdly powerful he is.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
깔끔하게 물었군.
악은 이렇게 정화되었네.
God damn, I didn't even realize she got to 20 already.
이제 깨우치시길.
여관에 가면 또 한참을 떠드시겠네. 바리에게 해줄 이야기가 또 늘었군요.
And that. This'll work.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 치워버리죠. 이제 깨우치시길.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수 없겠구나.
넘고 무수히 넘고
얼마든지.
또 제쳐라. 그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요.
Damn, wait, did he attack the stupid
적합한
board?
조치.
내
이상한
앞을 달리시오. 아시다면 능히 그리할 수 있어.
불끈을 지원할 뿐.
방금은 좋지 않았어. 뭐 그럴 수도 있지. 포기하지만 말자고.
악은 이렇게 정화되었네. 원더풀한 선택이었어, 나리.
겹겹의
저들의 약점이
주문.
뻔히 보이는 게로군.
뚫어보이겠어.
Sure, let's just let that happen.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 치워버리죠. 훌륭하군요.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
야! 아르카나 슬레이버!
Gotta love the magical girl just being here.
깔끔하게 물었군.
이걸로 충분해. 너한텐 지금 알겠지만. 약점을 잘 노리셨습니다.
최근엔 좋았어요.
이제 해결사의 전투법도 익숙해지셨네요.
Do I have any strong? I should be fine.
먹을 콱 물어버리죠.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
최근엔 좋았어요.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
There we go. Oh, we're still going to attack that. Okay.
조금 멀겠지만.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니
Okay, that's gonna be something new in there.
더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군.
야음을 틈타.
Excuse me. Feel like another sneeze. Oh god. There were more sea terrors than we expected near the lighthouse, but thanks to Irene's lamp, the light of which paralyzed their nervous system, paired with the rather narrow passageways, we were able to handle them without much trouble. Also, as the control room was, unlike the exterior wall, mostly undamaged. Faust shared the good news that the repairs will most likely won't take very long. Yi-sang was right. Fortunately, the inside is barely damaged. How are you progressing, Miss Faust? It is almost complete. We best prepare to leave. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's so loud. A tremor shakes the building with a loud boom, and debris begins to fall from the ceiling. The lighthouse's precarious floor suddenly collapses from the shock. The floor is giving way! What's going on out there? Something's rammed against the eye of Iberia. I see aught shattering through the ocean's surface, the sheer explosive force turning the water into mist. And it is charging at us once again. As Yi-sang noted, I saw the shadow of a dark figure through the ruptured outer wall of the lighthouse, charging ferociously at the ruined structure. The figure looked a lot like one of those knights of the city's western region Don Quixote would talk in length about. The lighthouse might crumble at this rate. Then we have no choice. We have to stop whatever's out there. Faust, stay here. The rest of us will descend the lighthouse and... The lighthouse is almost fully functional. It'll only take some finishing touches to have its light shine again, which I can handle, so I'll stay behind. It seems entirely unnecessary to leave the rest to you. I would much rather leave it to Faust, who is an expert. I've read about the Seaborn before. The fables and legends say that he is the last knight, and if those stories have any grain of truth in them, you're going to need all hands on deck if you have a chance at stalling it. You better prepare for a few days of interrogation once I bring you to the Inquisition. Your decision, Executive Manager. All hands on deck. Leave the lighthouse to Mayors. We have to put a stop to that knight somehow. What the fuck is that? Waves crest high and violent behind the spear-wielding knight. We have to protect the already precarious lighthouse against the knight. The knight begins to charge at us, his steed splitting the very sea, and I instinctively know that this isn't going to be easy. Oh, what the fuck? One day, wheat grains he planted did not sprout. One day he stopped feeling the scent of life between his breaths. Thus he rides against the currents, hunting after waves. He seeks the waves, approaches them, and eventually brings about their destruction. Faint memories have blinked through Amiya's fathoms, flash briefly before my eyes. And the Seaborn Knight wields his great lance against the surface. My god. He shudders as though with repulsiveness, but he does not stop. You obstruct progress and cover the lands. That is impermissible. This is the land. The knight and the sea terrors don't necessarily seem to be on the same side. Perhaps diplomacy might be a viable solution here. Sure? We are not the sea, we are not its waves. The knight's great lance falters with doubt. Waves are the only things that could hold any meaning for him. Last night gains 3 offense
아는
level
것을
down.
모른 채 할 수는
僕も
없으니
調子が悪くなっているみたいです
Sorry, I just got
이상하나
whiplash from
그럼에도
hearing Japanese.
이상이여. 내가 맞서
Double the
내가
amount of
아시의 이상을 함께 줬던
panic.
호위
Increases after
이상이요.
winning a clash. Decreases after losing a clash. When hit, inflict cold against the attacker. Once per skill. Max stack 3. Lose 1 speed for every cold stack. If this unit has 3 cold stacks after skill end, take 20 gloom damage and 20 SP damage. Gain frozen. Okay. 8 protection. Great. More protection if in low morale. Or no, less protection. Does not gain protection if staggered. Face favored child. When this unit takes damage that brings their HP down to 0, nullify that damage, then this unit is healed back to 100% and gains a new pattern once per encounter. Deal more damage. Okay, that just does something to that. Great. Sinking, inflicts cold. Okay, okay. Unuse, clash win, gain SP, lose SP. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna have you do that. And just so that I don't mess with anything else.
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Fuck. Come on, guys, no. No, don't give him this much SP. Great, he's at full SP
囚
now.
人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
This is great. We're restarting.
Mission failed.
결국 이렇게 되는 것은 사랑과 정의 이름으로 지금 이곳에 등장!
아는 것을 모른 채 할
とて
수는
も調
없으니
子が悪くなっているみたいです。
행색이 이상하나 그럼에도 이상이여. 내가 봤어. 내가 아시의 이상을 함께 줬던 호위 이상이여.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘
There we go.
생각해보라고.
그쪽 방향이
This
아닐
thing
텐데.
still seems to roll heads even at that low of SP. Okay, that's just mean spirited.
사랑으로 정의 이름으로
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Okay. Any of these have any chances? Let's do that.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬 도끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라. 묘여. 길을 열어라.
This
適
A
した攻
protection
撃
is
でなくて
so
も
ass.
最善の選択だったはずです。
Hello? Come on, girl. I think Honglu is frozen right now. And there goes all of that low SP we had. Sinner's relentless assault upon the knight begins to slow. Though we don't have anything in common with the knight, cold loneliness rides below his insidious under the faint light. Are we waves or rocks in his eyes? The sea wets our helms, giving us no time to answer the question. So just to stand their ground next to the petrified sinners. Keep letting me use. I can't use you! In that moment, Irene raises her lamp, showering the night with its light. Iberia's flame illuminates our path. Unlike the night, we are not alone, so we did not have to endure the chilling loneliness by ourselves.
때로는 검이 문제를 해결해주기도
皆
합니다.
さん戦闘の準備を。
I do want to see... It costs 30 SP. Wait. Let me check that.
꽈리를 튼 뱀 근처엔 오지 말랬잖아.
Yeah, it still uses the full SP. Oh, yeah, we need to get her SP up. Let's actually do that. And a lot of us have cold on them. I have to do that. I'll do that. I guess I will do that. And hopefully the others can lower his SP just enough. Yeah, I'll do
불가
this.
위야 막아내지 못하리.
Because this will at least heal
모든
SP.
결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
And I want to use Gregor's ego at some point.
무슨
That's
술수를
fine.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
God, your fucking 8 protection is so annoying. God damn it. Oh, yikes. Alright.
囚人に致命傷を確認。至急対処お願いします。
Alright. Huh. God damn! Okay, we're using it. We're using sinking for this.
예전부터 한 번에 되는 일이 없었지.
We're using
대관원을
sinking.
나선 이후부터 언제나 줄고. 그러니 될 때까지 피를 흘리고 치고 박으면 그만이다. 나의 도끼는 차고 넘치니까.
Actually, I do not like using that. How do I easily edit all of this?
부르신다면 언제든.
불청객을 맞이할 시간인가. 주의.
맡겨두시게.
뒷걸음질 치지 않는 방패가 되어.
Is that everyone? Alright. Oh, some of them are lower leveled. Whatever. Whatever. need be, I will level them up. But I just want that dude to have low SP. Let's do this. Or not. Ooh! Oh, I thought that was SP. Fuck.
皆さん戦闘の準備を
Because all of these are plus coin skills.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
One annoying thing is that I can't like I can't just keep using reliable clashers because he freezes them. God damn.
Limbus Company の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです
Why do you have
궤도에 잡담이 끼어드는 것은 좋지
Oh,
않소.
because I used his defense skill and that reloaded him. Crap.
고작 터뜨려주지.
Or at least lowering his SP a lot faster. Oh, and now he's in panic. Which is at least somewhat good for us. Okay. Do that. Because we can at least build up some SP now. Or apparently, why are you at 1? Oh, it's cold. Girl.
어두운 무지를 열어줬다.
I have her here for her egos. Oh, don't stagger, please. Come on. Okay, so this will unfreeze someone so long as I can.
자, 봤지? 난 믿어주면 배신하지 않아.
Okay. Let's do that instead. That's funnier. Ah, you are not attacking her at all.
해놓고 있도록.
여기가 엽석이군.
There we go. Please just win like a couple of these clashes. Oh my god. Nice. Yep, and he's freezing there. And Isong is also freezing.
皆さんしっかりしてください。
Ah, I hate speed ranges.
나아가주게.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
아무것도
Dang, she's
남지
doing
마라.
pretty good damage in spite of the protection. Okay, okay. So how does this work? I just use it? And it doesn't clash against anything. Actually, this is a pretty good lineup.
고작 터뜨려주지.
Thank you. Oh, he's staggering. Fuck. Or not. Thank you.
지키기 위해서.
I don't understand how this even works, but I'm curious.
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마.
So I'm assuming.
고작 여기서 쓰러진다면
He'll get
그놈
mana
나를
scabbard for
앞에
that.
있겠나?
I heard he has 11. Just from people getting hit, I assume? Or is it from him getting hit? I forget how he gains mana and scabbard. Oh, it's just he gains war at turn end. Okay. Oh my god, do I have any healing egos? Not that are prepared. So can I just do that instead? Oh, get out. That menu. Why are you all attacking him? And I can't have her deflect that, so we're just gonna hope that that doesn't do
고작
that much
터뜨려주지.
damage.
직접
Actually, he might just stagger.
열어드리죠.
I didn't have to think about any of that at all.
계속해봐라. 이 폭풍이 잦아들 때까지.
効果的な攻撃でしたドクターのように優れた式ですね
So how much
내가 남길 말이 있나?
for him to use his bigger ego version of this? Certain effects cannot 40 becomes clashable. At 40, this unit's skill ends. Consume all for every stat consumed divided by 20. Attack weight for every stat consumed divided by 10. Defense weight at 40. Fourth coin deals more damage. And then how does this reuse? Reuse stack consumed divided by 10 minus 1. So he has to have 40 to have the full effect. Okay, so we can wait one more turn for him to have that, I think. Do you have any cold on you? I think the only person at risk of gaining any more cold and freezing is Faust.
겁나를 내게 바쳐주지.
Honestly, we'll just end this here. Unless no, there's a phase 2, of course. How could I have forgotten?
なんだかただならぬ気
Okay.
配を感じます
What the hell is that? Oh boy. Okay. Who are you targeting? Can I use this? Will that be okay? Can I actually use the cool ego, please? That would be very cool if I could do that. Cause I wanna see what it does. Or is this a case of everyone guard? It's unclashable. Well, in any case, Honglu just dies here. Okay. It's gonna kill a lot of people, but I can't really do anything about it. Alright.
겁나를
This is the best idea I
내게
have currently.
바쳐주지.
요리에 대한 도움이 안 되었나?
The knight rides upon the violently whinnying steed. Lance raised skyward, the knight races across the sea, splitting its waves. We won't succeed at this rate. Stall him, please, even for a second. Irene directs her hand cannon towards the knight. Her aim and will undulates on the same frequency within the waves. We need but a moment to recover. Topple the waves, go for his legs, not his lance. Bro! Fuck!
미쳤나 지체.
重心が死亡
도록 달릴 시간이다.
Can do that because I think we'll do that, and you'll do that. Why is your speed range is being mean to me again? We don't have much gluttony on this team. Hopefully this works.
이딴 건 마님에게 손끝이라도 재려는 자가 있다면
아무것도 나지 마라.
Christ.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은 이빨의 짐 않을 테니.
This is a cool ego, but the setup is so weird for me. Does he continue to gain it? Like, can I just have that passively gain up in the background? Yeah, he's still gaining it.
정리하겠습니다. 불결한 것.
適した攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だった
Yeah,
はず
he
で
could just gain that passively. Okay. I forget how this guy works. It's been so long since I've had to think about him. Actually, no, let's not do that for you, and let's also not do that for you. You're just gonna have to get frozen. I'm sorry, my guy. And so are you. Oh, and shit, so are you.
내가 남길 말이 있나?
Okay, let's swap this around. Who here can attack? I'm fine with you doing that. You can't.
나중에 이야기할까?
What if
지금은 기분이 좀
Instead-
그렇네.
is that possible? I mean, potentially? This is fine. This is okay-ish. And this is also fine.
날카롭고
Because he has such a high sinking stack anyway, so it doesn't matter. Alright. So the only person who's at danger of freezing this turn is Ishmael. And this is this again. There's no way that I can... There's no way that I can do that much damage. And you're off the horse again. Fuck. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this one. It's just unclashable and I can't do anything about it. Well, Faust is going to die.
불편하신 점이라도
Yeah, I probably should have just put Fluid Sac on, but whatever. I don't like this.
검나를 내게 바쳐주지.
찢어 밝혀주마. 계속해봐라. 이 폭풍이 찾아낼 때까지.
Because I think half of our team is dying in this. God damn. Or, you know, now just like all of my team dies.
한 모금 마시기 전엔
벗어날 수 있었을지.
자, 봤지?
So I just had to
난
win that.
믿어주면 배신하지 않아.
Okay. Great. That's nice to know. Cinemerso brings the night charge to a stop. The waves begin to crash in. Once, twice, thrice. But unlike the night in the back streets, the waves don't stop coming. He's always challenged the waves, and is fated to do so for eternity. The waves will always shake the sea until the day of the night sinking.
시간 문제였다.
が死亡
도록 달릴 시간이다.
나대지 말고 내 뒤에 서 있어라, 주인.
Actually, let's do this instead. Is it? Nope, it's a positive coin skill. Alright. Good to know, buddy.
검나를 내게 바쳐주지. 여기가 엽석이군.
풍과 함께 사라져.
Okay, bye, Heathcliff. Yeah, his SP doesn't really matter when he has a stack of 90.
지키기 위해서
There we go!
지킬 게 많거든.
That frozen was super fucking annoying. I'm out of rounds. The lamp's almost out too. We're holding him back for now, but we won't last much longer. No BS can last. The lighthouse, not so much. What difference does that make? The sinners were reeling from the battle against this enemy, who was more like a force of nature than human. Without giving us so much as time to breathe, the knight fixes the spear and begins charging at us again. It didn't take very long for the severity of the situation to dawn as I quickly began to rack my head with a desperate wish. What can I do? What can I do here? That's when, through the mist, the black space begins to envelop my vision again. Wait, this is just like... And from the dark, light shines again. I reach out towards it and see, unlike the earlier phenomenon, which was focused entirely and powerfully on Scotty, a single individual. What I saw this time was an unfamiliar place called Casimiras. This place was filled to the brim with things that Don Quixote would lose her mind over, like knights and their countless fans, an arena in which to test one's mettle. But the one in Amiya's thoughts sits far from all that glory, in a very mundane-looking office. He wears a well-kept set of clothing. His eyes are, with a slight squint, focused on reading the newspaper. The man looked much more like an office worker than a knight, but the most radiant part of that scene was the banner hanging on the wall and a sword. Don Quixote was the first sinner who came to mind. Can she, our ardent admirer of knights and pursuer of glory, spin that energy from his sword as her own? Wait, no, he's different. I need someone who doesn't pursue glory, someone who can handle their own tarnished glory. The sinner who can detachedly wield the entirety of their bygone horror is... Yes, there's just one. I'll trust you, Gregor. Use this ego to hew into the knight's charge. Split the waves. Use the light to split the waves, huh? I hear you, Manager Bud. Let's do this. Oh, yes! Yes!
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은 빛바래지 않은 힘.
The incandescent golden blades of light surge forth, cleaving through the darkness of the sea. The knight withstands and parries each of those lights away, but he comes to a stop when the last of the golden radiance cuts across the sea, and looks in our direction as if to admire it. And finally, the lighthouse makes a low, resonant creaking noise before firing a bright light towards the ocean horizon. Mayers has completed the repairs. Oh-ho! The light returned to its house once more! Silence all. Mayer's saying something. Like Otis said, Mayers was peeking out of the window and shouting something at us. Vessel Massas is near the shore, somewhere in the coastal sea. It moored somewhere by the beach, somewhere quite a bit distance away from the village coast. Confirmed. I'll radio Dr. Carlson immediately. That's all well and good, but what about that monster? Yeah, what if it charges at the lighthouse again and destroys it? I heard it talk during our battle, but I don't think that creature is capable of actually communicating with them. This will be a problem. Don Quixote! Wait, don't get too close to it, it's dangerous! But before we could stop her, Don Quixote had already approached as close as she could to the Seaborn, her eyes twinkling. She takes a brief moment to admire the knight and his steed before asking in an energetic tone, "Oh, mighty knight, what is the name of thy noble steed?" Rocinante! Wait, she can communicate with him? Oh, it is quite the coincidence then! My noble steed is also named Rocinante. One who is not a comrade. They are a steed, you say. Forsooth, a steed most fine indeed. It hath served me well over the countless adventures of mine, despite its appearance. Yet I must inquire thee, noble knight, wherefore dost thou strike this lighthouse sword? Ishar-la. It was not the waves. The waves are darker, more raucous. Perchance there's a tad inconvenient misunderstanding here then. Good knight, I and mine compatriots are now embarking upon an adventure most important, yet with thy obstruction we are unable to do so. Prithee, wilt thou return to whence thou came? Don Quixote regarded the knight with a stance that was at once courteous and brave. The knight and his steed, Rocinante, stared wordlessly back at Don Quixote. I wasn't sure if she managed to get through to the knight or if the knight had just lost interest, but they both departed the lighthouse, looking out into the far distance. So they really exist, Seaborn who hope for something other than just survival. Such powerful Seaborns lurk at sea. Are you alright, Donkey? You should be thankful that it somehow yielded a positive outcome. When are you going to fix that habit of rushing forward without thinking it through? Ahem. Mine apologies. While Don Quixote returned the night with that bizarre conversation, Amiya raised her voice happily as though she received good news. What? Dr. Kalsid, is it true? What's going on? The doctor managed to infiltrate the vessel Massas. They're already done cleaning up the decks and are now waiting for the rest of us to arrive. But it's hardly been 10 minutes since the lighthouse came on. The doctor's an excellent strategist, and based on what Dr. Kalsid told us, I think they already had some plans in motion before we activated the lighthouse. Great, let's return to Scotty and join them. We returned to the raft and explained what had transpired. Scotty listened to us quietly before replying in the exact same manner as she did before. Someone's going to have to stay behind. I'll stay. Go find the vessel Massas. You're going to refuse again, and if we offer our help, aren't you? Yes. Then I'll see you after we retrieve the vessel Massas. I'll let the doctor know what has happened here. What an oddball. She just wants to be alone.
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다. 나도.
Oh god, that gives you a lot of stuff.
그러고 보니까 그 환상체 이제 가오를
More
내려준 아이가 없어졌지. 다시 관리를 맡겨주실까? 맡겨주시게!
I kind of want to do it so that Rhodia gets more.
복제팀의 협조가 필요한 거지.
열쇠
다들
관리인가?
불청객을 맞이할 시간인가 보구나.
She gets more skill slots.
애도의
That might not be
시간이군.
as helpful because I'm not sure if this is going to be a focused encounter or not, but this is the doctor, researcher at Rhodes Island. Nice to meet you. Is this the fucking like protagonist dude? Is this supposed to be the protagonist of this game or of like Arknights or the player character, I guess? When I, after everything we went through, finally had the chance to meet the doctor of Rhodes Island, I realized that I had been building a vastly different image of them in my mind based on the name alone. I was thinking they were going to be someone like Isong or Faust or Hohenheim from LCE. But the first impression of them was similar to what I felt when I met a K-Corp employee. The clock just ticked. And this is Dante, a manager at Limbus Company. That ticking just now was nice to meet you. Okay. Thanks for accompanying Amiya. Honestly, I was pretty worried when we were separated at the border. I should thank you and Amiya, actually. We would have been in a real pickle without her, so... It's a bit embarrassing to repeat that myself. Dante says that we would have been in a real pickle without Miss Amiya. Sorry, Manager Bud. Can't talk human, so don't worry about it. We'll take over the translation. It is— oh my god, it's gonna be super fucking long. It is incorrect to state that the manager cannot talk human. A more accurate assessment would state that the manager is incapable of assessing sonic means of communication, which includes verbal communication. However, they are able to produce repetition of multiple sounds that may register on a similar scale of the ticking of multiple hands, second hands, minute hands, of a clock. I don't know, something about the way Marcel puts it sounds worse. Don't worry, it is not a difficult task when only a single individual has to be translated. Doctor, let us move on to the next steps of the plan. Next steps. Thanks to Limbus Company's efforts, we have obtained the exact coordinates of the vessel Massas, and managed to capture the decks with ease. However, Fabius, who is suspected to be a bishop of the deep, and his followers have barricaded themselves inside the bridge's control room. While it may seem as though they're hiding, I believe they are trying to bait us. As in, they are waiting for us to enter the bridge before summoning reinforcements from elsewhere to trap us in a pincher attack. Something like that. The elsewhere is most likely the sea, and as their reinforcements are probably more sea terrors. Fabius is a seaborn, and the ocean will answer to the call of their kind. Limbus Company and Irene will head to the bridge and neutralize Fabius. Amiya and I will accompany you to provide support and identify the situation within the bridge. In the meantime, Carlson and the other operators will remain on standby on the ship's exterior at the pre-designated locations. I'd like to avoid getting surrounded by sea terrors before we manage to take down the Church of the Deep within this bridge. I observed several entry points leading straight towards the bridge while we were working on repairing the vessel. Your force doesn't seem numerous enough to close off all of them. It is true that there are many entry points here, but we don't need to forces guarding every single one of them, especially here. The hallway is narrow, long, and straight, so makes sense to me. How about here? Are you sure you're not overly focusing your forces to a single checkpoint? Let's see, but on closer look, looks like Commanding Officer Otis is finally in our environment. Got any questions, Manager Bud? I have no idea what they're talking about, if I'm being honest. Really? I saw you commanding the Sinners earlier. You seem pretty adept at giving orders and making strategic decisions. Indeed, they seem quite adept at making on-the-spot strategic commands and identifying exploitable weaknesses and patterns in their enemies. However, the Doctor and the Outsider are operating on fundamentally different fields. Their gameplay styles are entirely different. Agreed. That particular aspect of strategizing is not one of Manager Dante's obligations, and even if there is a chance of them being engaged in such elements, it may be too early to do so. Is that so? It is. At least that is what Faust has judged. What are they on about? I was about to ask that myself. I don't know. I have no idea. Having finished their discussion with the Doctor over the plan, Otis is returned wearing a grim look. Huh? Is there something wrong with the plan? No, there wasn't anything wrong with the plan. I expected a certain degree of competency, but they were impressive, far beyond my expectations. Really? That good, huh? Even when I think back on my days in the line of duty, I can't think of too many like them. Right, so they're dependable. Good enough for me. If your strategizing's done, let's get cracking. What of you, Miss Mayers? If it is too much to face what awaits, then you need not follow us. I decided to stay here anyway. The Doctor's going to update you in real time on where the safe zones are, so please keep that communicator close to you. I will. Hey, if Gramps... Is there something you would like for us to do? No, it's nothing. If there's something you want to tell him, contact us through the communicator at any time. We're going to find a way to resolve this as peacefully as we can, but if the negotiations break down... Yeah, I know what you mean, Doctor. Be safe, everyone. We are going to have to kill her, Grandpa. Leaving Mares behind with her unfinished sentence, we followed Rose Island team into the bridge. The bridge was as gaudily decorated as ever. Fabius, flanked by hooded followers and sea terrors, greeted us with a kindly smile. Welcome. I truly did appreciate thy kindness. Wherefore did thou seek to harm us? Your suspicions are certainly justified, but I implore you to think back. If you truly believed that we sought to harm you, then how would you explain that one peaceful night you had spent in Faro Muerto? We have never wished you any harm. We did not then, and we do not now. Huh, not even a day after you folks stabbed us in the back like cowards, and you want us to believe that. Our wish has always been the same. We only wish to extend the freedom to roam the seas to those with capable, kind-hearted souls. Mate, we know you were just trying to turn us into sea monsters. Monster is only a name. The essence of its being changes, not regardless of the label given to it. Become one with the sea, become one with the endless cycle of life, and one day your misunderstanding will end, and you will come to understand us. Looks like this fight between us is going to be unavoidable. I pulled out the identity cards the moment I saw Fabius raising his hand. The doctors seemed to have finished their preparations as well, as they and Amiya stood opposite Fabius. Incoming! Get ready, everyone! Let's stop them here for good, no matter how long it takes. Their strategic formation prioritized reducing sacrifices to the absolute minimum. Their command sought to protect, sought to defend, and their forces were quick to follow them. Rhode Island's operation was certainly impressive, but it's not exactly our style. All I can do is put faith in my sinners and push them onward. Our style is, trust me to bring you back, no matter how many times they cut you down. That is true! Sometimes you just gotta win rate.
가서 할 수 있는 건 다
Okay, so I was
해보라고. 저거 다 한 주먹거리도 안 되는 놈들이니까.
We have this stupid thing again.
날카롭고 정확하게.
속에서
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
Fuck.
강력한 공격은 단순히 적을 제거하는 이점만 있는 것이 아니죠. 이제 저들은 자신도 그렇게 될 거라는 불안에 휩싸일 테니.
Do that. And just have these two attack that
고작
thing.
터뜨려주지. 지키기 위해서 나도 누군가에게 약해졌겠지만
아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
How many enemies are in this encounter? Should check that. Cause then I can determine whether or not I want to use this one's new shiny Eo.
예사롭지가 않은데? 아주 작살을 내놨어. 풍 속에서.
볼일이 방금 뭘 본 것인가? 오, 엄청나게 강한 일격을!
And it's wave 1 of 2. Yeah, I think we can use his ego at some point, as soon as we get all the resources for it. We need more sloth. Uh-huh.
뭐죠?
Sure, let's do that. I don't really know what I want to do with that guy.
고작 터뜨려주지.
편히 쉬시게.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
여건에
Okay, and I
관한 또
can
한참을
have her
떠들죠.
attack that.
바리에게 해줄 이야기가 또 늘었군요.
have you attack that as well. Let's have you use that one.
오자 터뜨려주지.
I wish you didn't have that nice skill 3 chilling there.
차라리
Alright, she used all of the things on the other one.
방금은 좋지 않았어. 뭐 그럴 수도 있지. 포기하지만 말자고.
깨 다친 지사에게 열어젖힌다.
여관에 가면 또 한참.
Alright, let's just. He's gonna waste his skill 3.
하리에게
How
해줄
many more of these
이야기가 또
bitches are
늘었군요.
there? Hold on, I was not paying enough attention. Oh great, all of them are attacking him. Okay, let's do that.
겁나를.
It's annoying that I have to waste these skill 3s, but
얼얼하지? 정신 못 차릴 거야.
잠든 그대를 기릴 테니.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지.
여기가
두렵해.
원더풀한 선택이었어 나리. 저기의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요, 딴테. 적합한 조치였습니다.
I guess we'll use. Actually, let's have you attack there. Let's do
어두운
this.
무지를 열어젖히라. 잠들게.
Fuck.
우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
도록 달릴 시간이다.
어두운 무지를 열어젖히라.
직접 놓아주마.
본인에게는 그 친구만큼의 말솜씨는 없지만 그대들의 수심을 최대한 위로해보겠네.
These guys are gonna be much easier
왜
because
더욱 인상을 찌푸리는 겐가?
they have kind of nothing that they can do when we're at full SP.
내게 받쳐주지.
Honestly, I probably should have just used Gregor's ego as soon as I had the resources for it. That way he built up all of that. Really nice, like, just the man in scabbard thing.
방금 건 제대로 안 꺼냈어. 돌아가면 맥주라도 사야겠는걸?
Soon has Dolahan and more SP. Sure, I think that works.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라. 괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
너도 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만
여기가 엽서겠군.
게 다친 지성을
Yeah. We love negative coin skills.
나라도 그렇게 했을 테지.
나서도록 할까?
이만하면 훌륭하군요.
Why is this thing? Oh, it's because of the sinking.
네, 듣고 있어요.
Let's do that and that. Actually, why don't I do that? And then if this is the case, then I can have her go into her negative coin state, which is just better for clashing. Not that I think this guy's going to last very long. Was the name of that attack just Propaganda Blast?
게 다친 지성을 밝게 열어젖힌다.
방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중이라네. 이따가 버스에서 회고해야
Now he's staggered! Frick. You assholes, I just want to have him do big dick damage. That's all I want. And you are depriving me of the satisfaction.
지키겠다 맹세.
Oh shit! Well, in my attempt to do something fun with the new ego, I've inadvertently fucked up my entire spread. Okay.
달릴 시간이다.
대체로 저럴 때는 이유가 있는 법입니다.
God, I'm sorry, what?
쫓아보시죠.
나아가주게.
God. That offense level is scary.
이 검은 이 명예는, 이 영광은 빛발의 집 밤을 통해
이번 모험은 꽤 멋있는
해봐라. 이 찾아.
세상 누누이
Jesus fucking
조심하라고
Christ.
말씀드렸지.
편히 쉬시게.
Who is still alive?
방금 좀 똑똑했다.
Why the fuck does he do so much damage even on...
다 밀어버리는 놈이 있었지.
Why the fuck does he do so much damage even on like broken unbreakable coins? What the
벗어날
fuck?
수 있었을지.
난 그 무엇도
Okay.
제대로 해내질 못해.
I do think
결국
that
아무것도
this
지켜내지 못할
is
거야.
going to be too long of a stream for me because I'm going to be
차라리
very
날
tired.
없애줘. 영원히 검을 잡지
But I guess I
못하게.
will just have to come back to this because I was not expecting it to take this long. And part of that is my fault because I wanted to dick about and use the funny haha shiny new ego.
이 시간만
But
되면
I am going to
100원이
end things off. Thank you everyone who showed up to stream. I know that this is a very odd time for me to stream, so I am appreciative for everyone who stopped by. I'm hoping to maybe stream this again maybe Friday just to get this all wrapped up and finished. But yeah, thank you very much for stopping by. I appreciate it. I appreciate the support and I appreciate people putting up with me being unable to read things. Have a good night everyone.